Hi, Urs. Do you hear me? You are in mute.
Hey, can you hear me, Marcelo?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
great. Hi, nice to meet you.
Wait, we need to check.
It's, know that you are recording what you're
No,
happening right now.
Epson. It's probably Epson.
it's called apps. Okay, can you say something again, Marcelo?
Do you hear me?
Ah, yes.
Epson is from there.
Okay, wait, then maybe we need to change again.
This one.
Can you say something again?
Yes, how are you?
Oh, it's that.
No, I think that is still from the Epson.
But I can only choose the Epson. Marcelo, just for information, we tried to get you on the speakers in the room because at the
Okay, no,
moment we can
I
only...
understand. I understand. Yes, I see that. I see that I'm the first one that you're
okay.
checking on the unique one. No, you have other people connecting, right?
Yeah, we have all other people already connecting. I can only select. It's only that, right?
Yes.
That cable.
We should probably find the guy. This is not
Work-
responding.
Working or not working?
Not as we want to.
Okay.
I would
Or-
try to.
I
If
can
you
also
want,
try to find somebody. We will try to find a technician.
okay, if you want, I can start singing, but I don't recommend it.
No, it's okay. Let's wait for the technician and then maybe you can start
Okay,
to sing
can I
something.
try to share? Can I try to share my screen?
Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. No. Yes. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. Yes.
And do you see all the? You don't see my face. You see all the faces of all the people connected, right?
We can see your face and your presentation.
Okay. Let me see something.
If you go to full screen, yeah, now we can see your presentation, and we can still see you. So this should work.
Do you hear something?
Yes, but not as loud as we want.
Do you hear barking? Dog barking?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. Well, I will stop sharing. Maybe I need to share with sound,
Yes,
but I don't have the option. Okay, no problem. You don't need to hear the box.
and I think it's probably the speaker.
Okay. You see my presentation, right?
Yeah, we can see the presentation. Yes.
You don't hear the volume, but it's not important. Okay. Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Good. So it's working. Now you need my voice on your speakers.
Yes, but we need to. Yeah. So far, your output is on the beamer, which is not so loud. So we try to find out how to put your audio on the speakers in the room.
Very good that we started 1 hour before them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for all your help. Now I can tell you.
Yeah, no problem.
I think we can also test it on our side. So
Yeah, Marcelo, it's fine. We can test it on our side, the audio.
Okay. Okay.
If you want to do something else, yeah.
Okay, so I will maintain the connection, but I take out the video in the.
Yeah, sure. Okay, good. Then see you later.
Thank you. See you later.
yeah, this one isn't it?
But I can also only select like the speakers from the laptop or the Epson.
Can you see if this one is connected?
Nope. I mean, I can go to the
So this one is probably
settings,
not connected.
but I
at all.
don't have. Yeah, it doesn't connect yet.
Hello.
Right. Morning. I mean, we can
starts at 9:20.
we could try with.
I will try my laptop.
Yeah,
But
maybe.
actually, no, I don't have the USB. You have the USB port? No. Oh,
Did you find somebody?
yes, they should be helping us calling somebody there.
Okay. Yeah, but then we can also.
I don't think it's.
No.
That one is weird.
Yeah. But is this only for?
Charging?
This is maybe only for charging, right? I mean,
Little microphone.
yeah, and this just means for charging, right? And then I think we need
Another cable?
another audio cable.
Could be.
There's a microphone.
Is there anything here? Okay, then we.
I think we need an audio cable.
We definitely need someone.
Check this is
Oh, sorry. I think we're figuring it out. Okay. No problem. Good. I figured you're smart.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, me too. I think it's fine. It's not long.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly. Big back in there. Yeah. Maybe 3 weeks.
It's a bonus. It wasn't like required, but it's. I'm definitely happy.
We can't really. We said. We already restarted, so. You can play with it. That's what it's like. That's, it's on a racer right now. Maybe with the pen. With the pen. Yeah. Yeah, what you do is you circle it.
I think I'm wearing you. Really nice. It's like, it's decided.
I know. I honestly had wanted it for like 2 years. You hear me? They were like, oh, okay, I'll see it projects. Had a meeting. Oh, I can't remember where I think I was really like. Neat, but I got you. Andrew. Kristen card. Oh, see, I'll see it. Good job.
It doesn't. Finally, it's good.
Yeah, like I have that enough with like the going to a lot. That's I don't really actually like all my stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, I like the same.
it's the same thing over and over. I know that drill.
That's.
So
I think.
yeah. Okay, so so for I-25, they were upset about all the false positives, which is like 20% of it, but that's really great. But they really wanted it weighted towards not having false negatives. And so it's like, there's only so much that you can do, and so I looked at it and I found that like a certain criteria where like it's pretty solidly everything is false positive in this little bucket, and got rid of like the sheet. But then I actually double checked the events that they were. Like road flying through. And so it's like, okay, well, it's not really, it's maybe you don't care about this crow, but it's not really a false negative. So I don't know what to do. Maybe I just won't actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
Right, if they're really determined not to actually false negatives, then like. That whole project, just like everything, was really. It, like, we did all this stuff. I could tell like half of it wasn't actually uploaded, so basically a pretty good old thing. Yeah.
Just like, I think.
Well, they're just because makes me see kind of like.
Like where do you think you should look?
Like, the last batch.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Like this one.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's information. That goes on.
Oh,
Really. Right, like that was. As it would open up as a project. We were shooting and. Versus no one didn't. It was like $1 million project. And then I don't know.
Yeah.
The climate change was like. I did it. Tom did. This was before. It was when Tom was. It's probably horrible. It was right before.
Well.
I feel like that.
That's like the whole, yeah, we get a lot of just like you need to go.
I mean, I feel like 4 hours. This is like things that aren't about the project, that are about probably share for you, the fact that the client have it all laid out. When it's gonna end at the end of the year, we're still in the. And then honestly, we should just have a promotion, like, as I use it. I mean, I think West is really like, if they took it totally frustrated.
What happens if there's like, wie geht's dir? Alles gut? Soll ich das Ding bei dir bestellen? Das ist eigentlich 2 Minuten aufbauen. Wenn, ja. Dann kann er abwarten, dass es losgeht hier.
Daniel,
Hey, nice to meet you.
of Property Night, one of our sponsors.
Thank you, exactly.
Yeah, and you brought a banner.
Banner, I need to do some advertisement. Hi, I'm Daniel, nice to meet you.
Whenever you.
Yeah, do you think it's fine if we put the two?
Oh, yeah.
Do you need some help?
Yes, no, it's super straightforward. Just need to make sure that it doesn't fall over with the same.
One, me and my friends. Yeah.
This local Hollywood we allowed the sponsors to put banners.
Yes.
Yeah, so he was calling me and said, oh, it is going to bring the banner. It's this contract.
We have a chair or something. Das Ding ist, es ist so billig. Oh ja. Only solutions. Engineering 101. Right? Ta-da! Good job. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Habe ich schon gesehen. Ja, mein Kollege Böse war da. Perfekt. Super. Dankeschön.
Yeah. And then do you know?
Josh. Yeah. I don't think so yet.
Okay, I think that would be.
Yeah.
Make
Well,
the issue.
also there were.
I agree. I think I'm bad at that too.
Oh, me too. And sometimes it's hard, you know. Yeah. Well, should figure it out. So, yeah. But, yeah, that's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to copy layers? Don't take the knife and die.
Well, so we're gonna, everybody in the seat has a three. You gotta walk through.
There's a seat.
The seats have to be taken.
There's a.
They're not safe for your bags and stuff. You gotta have people in seats.
One of them is.
Well, it's loud. It's long, but it's last year.
This one's not. Yeah.
Okay, please take your seats. All right, hello everyone and welcome to the fourth workshop on computer vision for animals. My name is Urs Waldmann. I'm from the University of Constance. So the first edition of the workshop took place in 2021, and the idea was to set up a community at CVPR. And we're here at the fourth edition of the workshop, so I think this worked out great, or at least we're on a good way to set up this community. If we go back even further, hundreds of years ago, humans began to exploit technology to observe and understand animals. Edward Muybridge in 1878 took photos of a galloping horse to observe the different phases of the gallop of a horse. And I've been told that he found out something interesting that was not known back then. So all the four legs of the horse are in the air in some phase of the gallop. And this marked the beginning of the chronophotography to study locomotion, for example. So, but technology has not been as developed as it is today. So Edward, for example, was limited in frame rate and resolution. And limitation in technology leads to a limitation or a simplification in observations. But technology has been developed a lot, and also computer vision since then. And today, more and more animal data is available to develop tools for animal behavior. And we can estimate the key points of different species. We can map poses to behaviors. We can identify individuals based on their texture, and we can reconstruct 3D animal models from internet images, from 2D internet images. And these are only a few examples that we're capable of today. But there's still some challenges: complex camera subject emotion and occlusion, complex interaction, and challenging and changing environments, to name only a few. And that's why I'm very happy that we have this community here that wants to work on these challenges. Today, we have a full workshop day packed with keynotes, a poster session, and orals. Our 5 amazing keynotes are given by Marcelo Fiegelstein from the University of Haifa. His keynote will be online, and he will talk about beyond words, connecting with animal through AI emotion analysis. Then we will have Alexander Mattis from EPFL. His keynote is entitled Towards Foundation Models for Behavioral Analysis. Then Adam Horley from the Stanford University will talk about building a foundation model for motion, tracking anything at any granularity. Then Jennifer Sun from Google and Cornell University will talk about unifying AI approaches towards animal well-being. And Varun Champani from Stability AI will give a keynote entitled Reconstructing 3D Animals from 2D Internet Image Collections. We will have a poster session from 10:30 to 12:30. We will have 58 posters in total. 40 posters are from track 1. 18 posters are from track 2. The poster board IDs are from 238 to 295. You can start, if you want to set up the posters, at 10:15, but you also need to take down the posters after the poster session. So where is the poster presentation located? So we're, wait, do I have a pointer? No. So we're at the second level here at the moment. You can take the escalators to the 4th floor, and then you need to go to room 4E where the poster sessions will take place. This is close to the Sky Bridge. Okay, some submission statistics in track 1, which is original work that has been published, not been published yet. We had 45 submissions. We could accept 40 of those papers, and based on the reviews, we selected 11 papers as orals, and we have 29 accepted poster papers. The number of submissions in track 1 is growing over the years. So this shows us that this workshop is a nice venue for the community to present their work to the community. In track 2, which is papers that have been published in peer-reviewed venues within the last 2 years, we had 15 submissions that we accepted all, and we invited 3 additional papers from CVPR 2024. And here, the number of submissions stayed the same during the last years. We will have a special issue in IJCV as last year. We will invite track 1 papers only. The submission deadline will be end of August, but we will follow up with a detailed schedule. And if you want to contribute as a reviewer, we have a Google form where you can subscribe. If you scan this QR code, it leads you directly to the Google form. Okay, I would like to thank all the reviewers from track 1. Their work is very important to this community, so thank you very much. And they did an incredible job. I would also like to thank our platinum sponsor, the Meta Reality Labs Research, and our gold sponsor, Quality Match. Thanks to those generous sponsors and CVPR, we were able to fund 8 CVPR conference and workshop registrations for the outstanding papers from track 1. I also would like to thank my co-organizers, Sheng-Jie Wu from Stanford University, Gengshan Yang from the Meta Reality Labs, and Anna Zemansky from University of Haifa, who unfortunately could not make it. They put a lot of effort in organizing this workshop, and it would have not been possible to organize this workshop without them. But I also want to mention that this is the 4th edition, and we built on the shoulders of giants. We had an amazing advising team that supported us throughout the whole organization process. So thanks a lot to Silvia Zuffi from IMATI, Helge Rodin from Bielefeld University, Sarah Beery from MIT, Anshu Kanasawa from UC Berkeley, Hyunsu Park from the University of Minnesota, Sohai Nobuhara from the Kyoto Institute of Technology, and Albert Sala from Utrecht University. And in the end, I want to mention a few reminders. For those who are attending online, the online attendees can post questions in the Zoom link, in the Zoom chat, sorry. And Sarah Beery runs a Slack channel for the community if you want to subscribe to that Slack channel. And there's a how-to on our website. If you scan the QR code, you will be guided to our website. Then this evening at 6:30, there is an AI for Conservation meetup, also organized by Sarah Beery. And the location is Chuck's Hop Shop Central District. So hopefully see you all there after the workshop. And again, if you want to contribute as a review for the special issue in IJCV and or for the next Computer Vision for Animals workshop, we have this Google form that I already mentioned. It's also on our website. So please subscribe there. And if you're interested in organizing next year's edition of the workshop, please get in touch with us. Okay, and now I hope that you can enjoy this workshop and you will have a nice day with interesting talks and conversations. Okay, and our first keynote, which is online, will be given by Marcelo Fiegelstein. He obtained his PhD at the University of Haifa, supervised by Professor Anna Zemansky, and he has made significant contributions in effective computation for animals, introducing new approaches for pain and emotion recognition from facial landmarks and body language for cats, dogs, rabbits, sheep, and horses. At the moment, he's a researcher at the Tech4Animals lab at the University of Haifa, and today he will talk about beyond words, connecting with animals through AI emotion analysis.
Urs, can you please allow me to connect, share the screen?
I know, but I'm not sharing anymore, right?
You're still sharing.
Huh?
You're still sharing.
Yes, I'm still sharing.
Okay. The bar at the top.
Which one?
The bar at the top.
Okay, Marcelo, I think now you can share. Yeah. Yeah, but here.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start. Good morning. Can we start?
Yes. Yes. Can you?
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning in this amazing workshop. Let's start with a short story. It was 2020. All people were confined at home due to the COVID pandemic. I was joining the Tech4Animals lab and University of Haifa. The purpose was to analyze changes on behavior patterns on dogs living on New York dog shelter. And I was looking at hundreds of videos, trying to understand how with the AI we can identify changes on the behavior. Sometimes the dogs were barking, and sometimes were sitting and eating and sleeping. And with the help of AI, I try to understand the behavior of the dogs and their movements inside the cages. But all the times I was very concerned about what they're really feeling, what those dogs are feeling. And then I came to my supervisors and asked to change the focus of my research to try to understand the unspoken connection between animals and humans, developing AI tools to understand animal emotions. When I say emotions, I talk about pain and also positive and negative balanced emotions like positive anticipation or frustration. So at this moment is a proper time to introduce myself properly. My name is Marcelo Fegelstein. I recently finished my PhD developing tools to bridge the gap on the unspoken connection. And I will show you when we talk about pain detection, we try to define models to learn the subtle changes on the faces or in the body language of the animal. When we will talk about the difference between pain detection and emotional detection. But most important to say is that we are developing non-intrusive tools. We're just looking at the animal. We are not interfering with the regular life. Let's try it. I don't see you, but this is at this stage I regularly ask the people who has a cat, who has a dog at home, and sure that you will see different people having animals. Let's see. I assume that you are a computer scientist and not veterinarians. So my question is: are you able to identify on those 4 videos who are the cats suffering pain and who are not? Okay, I don't see you. I will tell the answer. The answer is that at the left, you have the most painful cat. This cat is underwent the procedure. You see the Elizabethan color. And this cat on the left is a cat that's not suffering pain at all. So what we're trying to do is develop a model to take a picture or a video of an animal and to decide if the animal is suffering pain or not. Not only cats, we are developing also for videos on rabbits. The left, you have a rabbit normally on the cage, and in the right, you have a rabbit after surgery. It's living, it's not at this stage a very painful situation, but more challenging. I will show you. Okay, what do you say? Can you recognize the different emotional state of post-home test on anticipation based on disappointment or frustration state? Okay, I will show you what we did in order with the technique developer for pain to develop a model to differentiate between these. But the question is why? Why we want to do that? If we have a tool, AI tool based that can early detect and treat pain in an animal, we can take the animal to the veterinary And then we improve the welfare. We improve the welfare of the animal from one side. The other side, we are bringing more work to the veterinary. What we're trying to say is that AI will not replace veterinaries. AI will bring more work. Okay, so vets must be very pleased with such tool. Another aspect is that with AI, a vet can track the treatment at home and see if the treatment is working or not, the pain level is reduced or not. AI is more subjective. It's not depending on the training of the specific veterinary to detect pain, and we can use AI also for training veterinaries to detect pain or not. Okay, so it is very important to have such tool. Developing such tool is not a task of a computer science alone. It's a task across disciplines. I have the pleasure to work with many veterinarians, animal behaviorists, and computer science around the world, many countries and many people. This is a list of part of the authors of papers we publish in Nature Scientific Report, plus international computer vision journals, and this is only partial list. When a vet tries to identify pain, there are two approaches. One, looking at signals in the face, like the ears position, the eyes, or the mouth, or looking at the behavior, look at understanding if the animal is eating or not, is moving, is interacting with other animals. Those are the signals. The other way is to look at the objective situation of the animal. If we have an animal before a surgery or after surgery, we can assume that after the surgery, after the painkiller has the effect has fed away, we can assume that the animal is suffering pain. So those are the requirements to understand if an animal is suffering pain or not. For that reason, we're suffering challenging situation of small data sets. We have data sets with few animals and few images of videos of few minutes of each. For that reason, we need to handle generalization of the models. That means that we cannot train on the same animal and test on the same animal because the model will learn the animal and not generalize the pain. So all the measurements are done with the technique we call leave one animal out cross validation. And of course, and very important, all our data for research is gathered under very strict ethical consideration. We are not causing pain for the research itself. Okay? When we compare human data sets with animal data set, human data sets are labeled according to the questionnaire filled by the human. So if you ask the human, are you suffering pain or not? But animal, we cannot ask. We have plenty of such data sets where the most important concern about the human data set is the privacy. When you're talking about animal, privacy is not an issue, the ethics is an issue, and we are a very small amount of such data sets. Let's ask you, I don't hear the answer, but if you have dogs or cats at home, I have both. I can say you that I fully understand my dog when it's suffering pain, but when my cat is in pain, I don't recognize it. So we choose cat as the first animal to identify pain because cat is very intriguing animal. They are hiding their pain because pain is the sign of weakness. For that reason, people are not taking the cats to the veterinary, and this is causing a delay on the recovery. And if we develop a tool to early detect pain, we can promote their well-being. The next slide will present you the result of research based on many aspects. One, we use two data sets. One data set we call the homogeneous data set. Single breed was shorter. Single gender female cats that underwent the surgery procedure. Multi-breed is a data set composed of many kinds of male and female cats. I'm showing you image that were manually pre-selected from video. So we have image and video, and the image were focused on the face, while the video was showing all the body of the animal. And we use for our research two approaches. One use on landmarks. I will explain later what is a landmark, like points around the ears, eyes, and mouth. And deep learning approach, that is what basically, and the first paper was a single transfer learning using a pre-trained model. Okay, what we can see in this slide is the accuracy obtained on all those combinations, showing that deep learning on video is achieving the best results. I'm showing only accuracy because all the data sets were balanced, and the F1 is pretty equal to or similar to accuracy. Okay, having this picture of all the results, we discovered that the surprising finding was that the machines were looking at the mouth of the animal, of the cat, to detect the pain, compared with veterinarians, that veterinarians are looking mainly on the ears, on the eyes. This was our surprising finding. I will show you later how we do that. We discovered that dynamic matters. So if you want to detect pain, use a video instead of the image. Deep learning is working better than landmark approach, so use deep learning. And of course, data variety improves the generalization of the model. I will show you the results when we train one model in one data set and predict on the other data set what happened. Let's move some more technical details. The landmark approach, what we did is taking the landmarks around the ears, around the eyes, around the mouth. We divided the face in regions according to the Fehling-Grimm scale. When a veterinary analyzed the cat, he used those areas. Using these areas, we convert each point, each landmark, to a vector related to the center of each of these areas. And then we classify those vectors to pain or not pain. This is done after alignment. What do I mean with alignment? Alignment is those are the distribution of the centers of all the region of all the cats in the dataset. After alignment means that we transform the image to locate the center of the eyes on two fixed points. So you see those are the location of all the centers, all the eyes of all the cats, and then we see the distribution of the ears in the yellow and the mouth in green. So after alignment, after vector verification, we improved the results, and this is shown in the previous slide. Another technical issue is the generalization. When we trained the models in the single breed, single gender, in the homogeneous data set, and predict on the heterogeneous multi-breed, multi-gender, we get very low results. But with the opposite, when we train the multi-breed, multi-gender, and predict on the single breed, single gender, we obtain very good results or better results. And the best result was using deep learning. Okay, so our recommendation, try to use variety of data, and if you want to make an application, you need to do that with many species and all the genders. Last but not least, when we try to understand, one major question was how the model is identifying the pain in both approaches, landmarks and deep learning. So we handle this issue focusing on data or focusing on the model. When we focus on the data, we hide some landmarks, some regions, for example, the eyes or the ears, the landmark of the head, or in the image we hide the eyes. And when we train the model and to see the impact on the prediction. So in using this approach, we discover that the model hiding the mouth is the highest impact. So we deduce that the mouth has the major importance to predict the pain. And using the landmark, we understand how the model is taking the decision on the landmark, which are the landmark more important to take the prediction. Deep learning, we use some kind of image visualization, and we combine those approaches and the following approach. We take the heat the heat map. This is the more heat, and this is the less heat. And then the landmarks of all these cuts, okay? These landmarks and heat landmarks, calculating the average heat, we see that the most of the attention of the model is put on the mouth, less on the ears and on the eyes, and the last one is the ear. So it's confirming the previous finding that the models are taking decision based on the mouse. And this was a very surprising result for the vets. Using the same techniques, we predict pain identification, pain on sheep, on pain on horses, with the accuracy approximately 79% on both species. That is good or bad? This is the question. How is compared with the performance of the veterinaries? We extend our results of the sheep comparing these results of AI compared with the vet, and we discovered if you give to a vet the opportunity to understand if the sheep is suffering pain based on the image, or let the AI the same image, the AI is much better. It's 80% versus 73, but the veterinary using more information on behavior on the sheep is still better than the machine. So our next step we are trying to do is to give a video to the veterinary, to give a video to the AI, and then to understand if they're better or not. We will see soon what are the results for this comparison. More technically, the pipeline video. Okay, the pipeline video pain detection. When we look at this rabbit, we want to understand the body language and not the face, in consideration the dynamics, and we're reaching 8% accuracy. Until this research, what we simply checked was detection is a video for dogs. But those architecture were using two LSTM chains that were very difficult to train with such small data set. So we wanted to bring a new architecture based on frames, on same time, bring the information of the movement on frame level. How we did it? We present a pipeline like this. First stage, we combine what we call sampling with GrayST. The next slide, I will present what is GrayST stacking. The next step, we're embedding with using existing pre-trained model like CLIP or DinoV2. And the third stage, we are classifying those embeddings of GrayST images using models, but using a dual train mode. I will explain in the next slide. What is GrayST? GrayST, I remind you, we want to capture movement at frame level. How we are doing that? On the left, we have original frame of the video. And then if we have all the frames RGB frames, we are converting all the frames to grayscale, and then taking three consecutive frames are RGB or a single frame. Okay, so if we're doing that, we get an image like this. If we have a sampling of 1 second, you have here a picture of the movement of the animal of 3 seconds. Do you see the movement? We see here the movement. So classifying those images, we are improving the performance. We are taking the dynamics into the frame level of the model. The second technical issue of the pipeline is that we observe of the confidence of the model after the first training, which frames are having the most confidence of pain on video considered as pain, and video level as no frames, no level, no pain. And we see that we have a lot of frames having high confidence, but a long tail with low confidence. So we discovered that removing these long tails and only training on those high confidence level frames, we are obtaining a better and improved result. Those are the technical aspects of the pipeline we present. Okay. when we try to understand the explainability of such pipeline, this is the challenge we are still dealing with. We are understanding how the attention of the model is changing according to the parts of the animals under focus, and understanding the confidence of the model on pain or non-pain situation on this. So we have a multi-dimensional problem, and we are trying to understand how we can train or identify parts of the animal that influence in the pain detection. Okay, to extend after this, I gave you a glimpse of the pain detection. So how are we extending the pain detection to emotional detection? Pain is more related to muscular tension, and emotion as more related to micro expression. So if we use a similar pipeline, we need to be careful with the sampling. So we are reducing the sampling, not every 1 second, few sample, and we are getting very good results for the horses I showed you at the beginning. Another totally different approach for emotional detection is to use FACS. FACS is a coding of facial units, okay? And using this approach, we first train models to identify action units, to identify if the ears are up or the eyes are closed or the mouth are open, and then having the information if this happened during the video, classify emotion. In this kind of pipeline, our results were lower, our performance was lower, but we have a very high explainability, because checking how the model is taking decision, we understand how the machine is understanding. For example, tail flattener, eyes up in the dog behavior was very important to take the decision, and we compared with what animal behavior discovered, and it was very similar. Future directions, we are working to improve the pipelines, to improve the explainability, and to build the tools like emotional badges that can track an animal state along the time, in not only shorter time. I hope that I show you how, through the power of AI, we are bridging the gap between humans and animals, and then we are better understanding and communicating with our neighbors on the planet. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me to present all this extensive work. I always pursue new collaborations, so those are my information. You can contact me by mail or by LinkedIn. I will be glad to open new opportunities for you for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcelo. Are there any questions? And please come forward to the microphone so that everybody can hear you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is,
Can you hear us clearly?
Not so much, but let's proceed.
okay.
Laptop.
Yeah. Next to the. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
better.
Okay, you only use visual information to detect pain, but
Yes.
I guess also sound would be very important.
Yes.
And the question is, do you use to label the videos? Do you use sound as well, or just silent videos? And if you have plans to use the audio also in the inference time?
Yes, my research was focused on vision AI. I have colleagues working on sounds, for example, identifying the respiratory problems on dogs. and I'm planning to use sounds, but it's more complicated. Okay, so it's not it's more complicated to have a video with the related sound. For example, when we take videos of a cat under pain, not exactly we have any sound. Okay, so
But do you-
we plan to extend our research to include multimodal detection. Okay, at this moment I focus on vision AI. You are right.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for other questions.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. In humans, there's now advances in computer vision, so we can detect heart rate from video and then corresponding metrics like heart rate variability, which I think would be good measures for stress. And I'm wondering if you've looked into that in animals, if there's any ways to do that, to get these kind of more physiological metrics from video.
Well, actually, I saw this capability. It's very interesting. We didn't try in animals. We can try it. Thank you for the point.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, then let's thank the speaker again. Thank you, Marcelo, for this interesting talk.
Thank you very much.
So, okay. Ja, wo ist jetzt meine Slides? Oh, hier, da war sie. Okay.
Okay, our next keynote will be given by Alexander Mattis. He studied math at the Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich, where he also obtained his PhD working on optimal coding. He worked as a postdoctoral fellow with Professor Murphy at Harvard University and with Professor Betke at Tübingen AI, where he studied olfactory behaviors. During this time, he got interested in sensory motor behavior and started to build computer vision tools for measuring animal behavior. The most famous one is Deep Lab Cat, and today he will talk on Torts foundation models for behavioral analysis.
Yeah, thanks, Urs, for the introduction, and thanks for the organizer to host this workshop again. I'm really excited about this meeting, and it being at CVPR, I think it's really the right community to push animal behavior studies forward. So, as you all know, behavior is studied in many different contexts, and people are interested, for example, I'm also a neuroscientist, and people are interested in relating animal behavior to brain function, or how particular neural circuits give rise to particular behaviors. It's of course also important to study it in animal conservation and in many other domains. And it's not just that behavior is kind of one silly blanket term, but in fact, there are many different types of behaviors. You can study natural behavior, which is of course difficult for computer vision because you're out there in the wild. You can study trial-based classical tasks like classical conditioning, think of like classical conditioning, or think of things like reaching through space. And in all these cases, it's really good to kind of be able to quantify in easy terms and in low dimensional terms what exactly is happening. And computer vision can give us this. So here's an example of overlaid trajectories for different behaviors, where we can get the key points in all these different cases that we had been writing about in a review. And I think I can, in this audience, go into this very quick. I think everyone is aware that roughly since 2014, there was a revolution in pose estimation for humans. And roughly, I would say in 2016, these methods actually worked reasonably well, so you could use them. And ever since, there has actually been a lot of work. There are more than, I just checked last night, there are more than 80,000 papers on Google Scholars that have pose estimation and deep learning. If you do the same search, you come up with roughly 1,000 papers for animals. Of course, here I go with the assumption that humans are not a subset of animals, which in fact they are, okay? So the thing that we did in this space, so we were really extremely excited about all these methods popping up and being really powerful. And what we were wondering is, well, I mean, it was clear that they will work on animals, obviously. The question was, how much data will you need? And what we were super excited about is that for typical lab tasks, you got away with an insanely low amount of labeled frames. So here, this is a case, a behavior that Mackenzie Mattis studied, and it's a mouse pulling a joystick. And if you just labeled around 141 frames, you could train a ResNet model with a single layer decoder via transfer learning to do pose estimation on the key points of interest. And this model actually generalized in the same setup to different mice and so on. So this is really of immediate practical use to neuroscientists. And obviously you're all familiar with a typical workflow that you would need for something like this. But essentially what you would do is you create a project, you extract some frames that ideally are different. You have a graphical user interface where you will click on the key points that you're interested in. You train your deep neural network, you check if it's good enough, if it has the performance that you want. And then if it works, you can share the weights with someone else who can run the model, or just use it and plot the output data. And because this workflow was really easy to use, many people have indeed started using Deep Lab Cut. And because the framework is, of course, extremely general, namely that all you need to do is you train a specialized model on some annotated data that you're annotating. You can use this for tracking cells, for example. Here's an example of tracking T cells that kill cancer cells, actually. You can also use the same approach to track tissues, or of course, and I think it's more famous for that, whole organisms. But the situation here is, of course, that this is all specialized models for specialized pose estimation problems. And of course, many of us, especially in applied fields, let's say like neuroscience, are actually studying the same model organisms, and often even in relatively similar contexts. And for that reason, one wonders, well, couldn't we create models that would just generalize across different settings? And that brings me to the title of my talk, namely towards building foundation models for animal pose estimation. So something that we would like to have is, we would like to have models that would just broadly be able to at least do pose estimation, let's say on quadrupeds. And no matter how these quadrupeds look, if you have a giraffe, which clearly has very different ratios of its bodies, or a panda, they would always work, okay? So one of the problems to achieve this is that, of course, data is very scarce. And another aspect is that even if there's, like, let's say there are obviously lots of different data sets, these data sets often have very different key points annotated. Like here are actually a bunch of different data sets that we based the model on, and these are from different neuroscience labs. And you can see, if you look close enough, that different neuroscience labs, for various reasons, actually label different body parts. So it's not straightforward to train a model exactly on this. And one thing that we came up with is the idea that we would actually make a superset of all the key points that are available at least in one of those data sets, and that we wanted to train models to be able to predict all the key points, the unified key point space of all the different data sets. And if you would train that, then of course you will have a lot of missing data, because on some data sets, some key point is not annotated, and on another data set, another key point is not annotated. And so what we did there to make this work really well when we train is that we did something that we call gradient masking, or people like to call gradient masking, where essentially when you backpropagate through your neural network, you mask out the gradient for key points that are not annotated in that space. Okay, and that worked reasonably well. And so in this next slide, I'm kind of highlighting this approach. We took data from many different sources, from different deep lab code projects that people had, from our web app, from publicly available data sets, and we wrote a generalized data converter. And then with this generalized data converter and gradient masking, we could train so-called super animal models. And then we tested them on many different, in many different settings. And I think one thing that is important here, of course, is that unlike standard ImageNet plus a decoder that you train on pose estimation, you actually now have a neural network where the decoder is task specific. So potentially that when you do transfer learning from these super animal weights, you will actually also have better capabilities, okay? So first, let me just show you a single slide where you can see that you can indeed, I mean, non-surprisingly, train a single model on data sets from many different labs, and the model is able to predict those different key points. In the next slide, I showed some quantification. So we'll always switch back between two super animal models. One is kind of mice seen from above. This is trained on 5,000 frames. And then there's this one, which is quadrupeds from the side, more or less, and for which we have put together roughly 80,000 images from different data sets. And what you can see here is that, so we always leave out various data sets for quantification. You can see that, for example, on animal pose, which is a data set with around 4,000 annotated images, with zero shot, we already reach very strong performance, actually outperforming, for example, AP10K zero shot, which is another data set on this data set. And if we do ImageNet pre-training, we're obviously better than zero shot, but with our super animal approach, we're even better than that, or slightly better here. And then on AP10K, for example, same thing. Here we actually get a much stronger boost in comparison to ImageNet. And then another observation that we had is actually that these super animal models are extremely data efficient. So here, these are performance numbers on AP10K, and people have trained actually very big models like VIT Pose L++, trained on more than 400,000 images, and we reach similar performance simply with a HRNet. If we do all this gradient masking and these tricks that I was describing. So, so this approach gives powerful models, and you can also in practice for like a typical deep lab code user, they do something interesting, namely they're more data efficient even in small data regimes. So you can see this here. So the classical deep lab code curve would be ImageNet transfer learning. So this is orange. So what we do here in this, so there are three different data sets here. There's this mouse, rat from the side, and horses. And what you see is how much data do we use for training versus error. And of course, the more data we use, the better it gets. But what is interesting is that with the super animal approaches, we are much more data efficient. That already for a small fraction of the data, we get much better performance. And often even zero shot performance, so these are these dashed lines, is substantially better than ImageNet transfer learning up to a certain amount of labeled frames, which I think is really useful for downstream users where you don't have to label. And another thing that is really interesting about these super animal models is that, well, because we have this unified key point space, we actually get many more key points potentially on someone else's data set. But of course, one wonders, well, okay, let's say my data set is a little bit out of domain or sufficiently out of domain so that for zero shot, these models wouldn't work. How can I take advantage of all the annotated key points in the super animal approach? Do I need to label exactly the same, I think 35 key points for a mouse, or could I get away with labeling fewer? So for this, we actually took inspiration from neuroscience, I guess, where people believe that memory replay in the hippocampus actually helps overcoming catastrophic forgetting. And the idea is that imagine you just label 4 key points and then you fine tune your model. If you naively do this, you will actually get the performance here. So you can see, if you look carefully, that the 4 key points, which is, I think is the nose, the tail base, and the tail end, those are actually well predicted. but the other key points, they're all messed up and you get catastrophic forgetting. So what we do here is, with memory replay, what we essentially do is the user labels a bunch of key points. We also do pseudo labeling on that video. We merge those annotations, and then in some curriculum fashion way, we train the model with a few iterations to predict on that video. And what you can see is that with this approach, we get, sorry, the video plays a bit slowly, but it is normally smooth movement of this mouse. With this approach, as you can see, we can get nice prediction of all the kind of key points that the super animal model has, despite only annotating 4 different key points. So these super animal models, they're available in many different platforms. You can use them on Colab, you can use them on Hugging Face, you can use them in the normal Deep Lab Cut GUI and just select them. And you can also contribute to more super animal models by annotating data on the web GUI if you're interested. And of course, there are also other ways to help out building these models. So just get in touch if you want to contribute to future super animal models. We're building a bunch more with primates, faces, birds, and so on. So if you want to learn more about the model zoo, where the super animal models live, go to this website. And so now I want to switch gears a bit and talk about multi-animal pose estimation. I think in this, or multi-individual pose estimation, as a matter of fact, in this room, this doesn't really need introduction, but as a matter of fact, there are, as you all know, 2 approaches for doing multi-individual pose estimation. The first approach is called top-down approach, where in the top-down approach, you have an object detector, vanilla thing, you get bounding boxes for all the individuals present, and then you have one pose estimation model that predicts the pose within the bounding box that you feed to this model. This usually is actually more accurate if you don't have crowded scenes, but it's actually ill-defined when there are multiple individuals in the same bounding box. Here's, of course, an example where you have 2 baseball players and this model has no clue, I'm interpreting, whose pose it should predict, and therefore will mess it up. Okay? And the alternative approach for multi-individual pose estimation is only having a so-called bottom-up approach, where you predict all the key points in parallel, so there's no object detector, and then there are various grouping mechanisms that allow you to combine the different key points into a prediction. And there are many different ways in which this is done, and I'm not going to belabor how it can be done. The advantage of these methods is, of course, there's no need for a detector. They're more accurate actually in crowded scenes, but grouping key points is a very difficult computer vision problem in itself. And because usually there's no neural network and no vision algorithm involved in the grouping step, it relies on combinatorics. You essentially do not use visual reasoning, which can then give rise to errors. So last year we proposed a combination of the 2, which we called, it's a beautiful name, bottom-up condition top-down approach, okay, or BUCK-TD. So instead of using an object detector, we actually proposed to use a bottom-up detector, which from a runtime point of view doesn't actually have much more runtime. But it has this advantage that you don't have a bottleneck, an information bottleneck between your 2 models, in the sense that you're only passing on the bounding box and no additional information of, well, who is in this bounding box? Are there perhaps multiple individuals in this bounding box? So the idea really is that with the bottom-up detector, you get, let's say, messy predictions or reasonable predictions of different individuals. Based on those predictions, you then calculate the bounding boxes. And then there's a second model, and that is a little bit inspired by how vision works, where you also have kind of top-down modulation of bottom-up processing. Namely, we have a conditional top-down model to which we give a bounding box with the individual, and we give a cue, let's say here, the orange individual, and we tell the model to focus on the orange individual and to predict correctly the pose of this individual. Okay, so these conditional top-down models, in other words, are generalizations of top-down models. They can be conditioned on a particular individual, and they're conditioned by giving key point predictions as an input. as an idea, this is a very general idea that you can integrate in many different models. You can, for example, for an HRNet, you could just give another convolutional input down here, where you just embed the key points as a heat map, and you give that as an input. You can, I like this one a lot, where you just generalize transpose, where you just give more tokens related to the input condition. Another approach, this is often the most powerful one, is you take HRNet, you cut it open somewhere, and you put in attentional modulation based on which one is the conditional human that you should focus on. And this approach works extremely well. Here are some predictions from the CrowdPost benchmark. And here are two plots showing how well this actually works. So on the x-axis is how crowded the scene is, on the y-axis is MAP. And before our paper, this was the state of the art on CrowdPost. And we really improved I would say, the state of the art by quite a bit with this trick. And this was, for example, our own benchmark from our Nature Methods paper, where it's pose estimation on multiple marmosets. And you can see that that we could also improve the performance quite a bit. And that for low crowdedness level, we have as good performance as a top-down pipeline, which is there really the best, or often the best. And for high crowdedness levels, we still get very high performance. I know this is an animal workshop, but it also works on these special animals, humans. Okay. And so in the last few minutes, I want to briefly talk about integration with foundation models that we are not building ourselves. So we don't build these kind of super animal models, but where we take advantage of capabilities of other foundation models to give those to our systems for doing behavioral analysis. And one example that I just want to highlight super quick with this slide, because it was an oral at CVPR, CV4Animals last year and appeared in International Journal of Computer Vision, is WildClip, where we domain adapted CLIP to be able to deal well with camera trap images. And then another example that I want to highlight, and this is partially ongoing work with Adam, who's there in the back and will speak later. I think you're all aware that there are these amazing point trackers that have emerged and are super powerful at tracking individuals, and I think particular points out of the box. And one way in which I see this to be useful for deep lab code users, and here's an integration into our Napari GUI that was actually carried out at the hackathon at EPFL, is a user could annotate on one frame the key points that they're interested in, and then they run one of these particle trackers, and it just forward predicts through the trajectory. You have a slider down here where you then go through the video and where you identify where it breaks down, and you fix kind of the particles there and rerun the algorithm. And in that way, you can much more efficiently annotate your video and create a bigger annotation data set in the same time, and then train your model based on this. And another example that I'm extremely excited about is Amadeus GPT. This was published last year in NeurIPS. And here what we did is we took advantage of ChatGPT, and we in context trained it to be able to do behavioral analysis. Okay? And indeed, we in context instructed it to use various tools to do particular tasks. So it's able to use super animal models, it's able to use SAM, and it's able to write Python code and analyze data. Okay? And so to give you one example, but there are many more in the paper, imagine you have this video of a mouse and you wonder, when is the mouse on a treadmill? Okay? And then what actually happens is this is parsed and it writes some Python code that will then at first run the super animal model to extract the key points of deep lab cut. It will run SAM to identify the treadmill. It also has a spatial reasoning module, and it will write code. When are the pixels of the mouse on top of the pixels of the treadmill? And it will then output, for example, well, it's 12,836 frames on which the mouse is on the treadmill, and there's a total of so and so many frames. So what we show in this paper is a bunch of things. You can also do ethograms automatically and so on. And you can, of course, take advantage of the beautiful capabilities of large language models, which are really good at translating language into writing code. And for the last 3 minutes, I wanted to give you another example, which is related to maybe the other half of my job, where I'm interested in understanding the sensory motor system. And I want to do that to give you an idea how, let's say, I use Deep Lab Cut and what I find very interesting in neuroscience. So proprioception, I don't know how much you know about this. This is the sense of posture. It tells you basically where your body is in space when your eyes are closed, okay? And the way it works is the various sensors that are distributed in your body, in particular in the muscles, that measure the length and velocity of your muscles. And then your brain integrates this distributed signal in order to figure out where your body is in space, okay? And the question that we were asking is, what is the integrative logic of proprioception, okay? So there are these distributed sensors, but in your head, you have one percept of where your body is in space. You don't kind of perceive, oh, my muscle here is like that, and this muscle is like that, or something. So we were wondering, what is the integrative logic of proprioception? And in other words, the problem that your brain needs to solve is it has inputs from the muscle spindles and needs to think, well, what's the trajectory of my limbs, okay? And the basic idea we had for tackling this problem is that we said, well, this is an inverse problem, and we could make inroads by creating synthetic data for which we can simulate the spindle inputs to the brain and then create candidate models of the brain that are trained on particular tasks that people believe the proprioceptive system is doing. And we can then use those candidate models to test them on real data and see if these models actually predict the neural code of neurons in the proprioceptive pathway of monkeys when they do a real experiment, okay? But the interesting thing here is that in order to train the models, in order to create the statistics on which we train, we use biomechanical models and we simulate spindle dynamics at scale, okay? This is purely synthetic data. And then once we train, we have the synthetic data, we use Deep Lab Cut on a monkey experiment where the monkey does a sent-out reaching task, and then we regress from our latents, from our neural network against the real neurons and see if it can predict those. Here's a little visual of how with Deep Lab Cut we can infer the states of the muscles in the arm of the monkey. And here is an example of how well this approach actually works. In black, it's the firing rate of a biological neuron in the brainstem of the monkey. And in red is the prediction of our neural network model. And you can see, I think, that this prediction is pretty good. This is, of course, the best neuron we had in our recording sessions. But one thing that we can then do is, in a given recording session, you usually have multiple biological neurons recorded. And you can ask, okay, so what's the average precision with which you can predict the neurons in the monkey's brain? And this is what you see here on the y-axis. And I was briefly kind of describing that what we do is we have these tasks with the synthetic data and we train them to localize the body. But we can, of course, train multiple models. And one of the key insights from this paper is that if you actually if you have models that are better at localizing the hand in the synthetic data, they actually generalize better to predict what happens in the monkey's brain, which is interesting because it tells us we have an engineering goal to gain more insights into how the brain works. In closing, I want to briefly mention that there's a poster from my lab on 3D hand object pose estimation, and those are my take-home messages, but I think you're all aware of them, and I want to thank my lab, and I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander, for this interesting talk. If you have a question, please come to the microphone.
Or maybe you can also just shout out.
Right.
Could you use this, so this last approach, not also to reduce noise in neuroscience? Because often you're interested in a specific feature of brain activity, but obviously whenever a monkey, a mouse, or whatever is moving, it creates also neural activity. And usually this is like basically reduced by having a lot of trials basically and filtering it out like that. But if you have a camera on the animal, you can correlate basically neural activity to specific motions unrelated to the experiment basically.
Right. Yeah. I guess one could do this, yes. Like film the animal, try to predict brain motion from how the animal moves. Yeah.
Some other questions? Yeah.
I'm curious, we have these projects with large language models as well as a variety of data sets with similar labels but not quite the same. Would it ever be possible, do you think, to combine the two so that you can start testing models like where's the eye or something like that?
Yeah. There are actually papers that have done this. I think there's one paper called Unipose, I think that's the name, where people combine clip-like models, VLMs, and pose estimation. Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting approach that we're also interested in and that we might add into Amadeus. Yeah, that's a great question.
We have time for another short question.
I also have a question about how do you combine all those like different data sets of animal poses into one single model, or different animals, like the first part of the presentation.
Right. Well, I mean, quadrupeds, I mean, one of the key, for quadrupeds at least, there is a common language for what the different key points are. Our approach would, for example, break down if you wanted to do it on insects and animals. How do you do that? What is the common label space to describe this? So yes, so here the idea is really you define a unified key point space, you map the different data sets into this. For this, you could actually use VLMs as well, but we used our own brains. And then once you have the unified space, we trained the models with gradient masking, and that worked actually really well, I would say. That's really the approach.
But also different data sets would have different types of annotations.
Right.
Different numbers of key points.
Yes, but that's fine because of the gradient masking and I mean, it's called super animal, by the way, because of the superset of key points. So the different data sets have different key points, but you form the superset that is the union of all the set of key points, and then you know at least in some data set how to predict any one of the outputs, and that actually works really well. Yeah, and the cool thing is it actually fills in on the other data sets the other key points.
Okay, then let's thank the speaker again. Now we'll have the poster session on
Yes. Here because of your tweets. See, you tweeted, so it worked.
I've seen.
You see, Twitter has impact, scientific impact.
That's right. That's right. Thank you for
Forward to it.
So I unmuted on mine. Is that the right thing to do? And share video?
Yes.
Yes. Jennifer. Oh, see her. She's after me. We'll wait for another few minutes to get started. Actually, in the meantime, are the authors of oral presentation number 10 in the audience here? We still haven't received their slides, so just checking. Number 10 is watching swarm dynamics from above. Okay, we should probably just get started. It's our great pleasure to have Adam here for the afternoon session. Adam has been, he graduated from CV4Animals with Katarina 2-3 years ago, and then has been a postdoc at Stanford with Leo Gibas. So we're just next door in the office. He's been doing wonderful work on tracking and recently on these like PIPS models that can track any points across any video. and recently applying all these technologies to animals. And today I think you'll present a bunch of these works on towards building a foundation model for motion, tracking anything at any granularity. So please take it away.
Thank you, Elliot. Thanks you to everybody for being here. That was an unfortunate mix-up in the abbreviation for CMU. Not sure anyone noticed that, but I'm going to talk about building a foundation model for motion here. So our effort here is really to build a universal tracking algorithm. So what that means is we're going to be able to track all kinds of things with a single model. So whether it's a limb on an insect, or a cell under a microscope, or a full object, the system should just work. So the results shown here are, in fact, results from our model. So estimates are in pink boxes and ground truth is in green. And you can see it's starting to work. So the overall effort here is partly inspired by the segment anything model from last year, which I think is receiving much deserved recognition. So this is a system that works. And in computer vision, this is all too rare. So we want to accomplish the same thing, but for tracking. So in our case, the dream is you click on your target or draw a box around it or paint it with a mask. And our model is not just going to do segmentation within the image, but it's going to follow that target across time in the video. The effort is also inspired by large language models. So in this past year, I think everyone here has seen the amazing results achieved by GPT-4. GPT-4V can even analyze images. So you can prompt it with an image and ask it a variety of visual questions, and you'll get good English answers in response. And these answers reflect knowledge not only about the image, but about the world. So we want to approach the capacity and the world knowledge of this sort of system, but instead of delivering English output, we want to deliver measurements that we can act on. So there are good scientific motivations to achieve this goal, which in this room, I'm sure I don't need to dwell on. Methods that precisely measure movement and change have tremendous value. So hopefully now you understand roughly what I'm aiming at. Let me next describe what prior work has done. What prior work has produced is special purpose architectures for specific situations. So when you want to track objects at the level of bounding boxes, you might use model A. When you want mask level tracking, you might use model B. And when you're tracking points, you might use model C. And as Alex Mathis mentioned in his talk earlier, I've spent a lot of time on point tracking in the past, and this has been very rewarding. Some people specialize even further, making different models for different categories. So we have people trackers and car trackers and mouse trackers. And for people tracking, we subdivide very finely these days, making body trackers and face trackers and hand trackers and eye trackers, iris trackers, really covering everything. So also, as Alex showed in his talk, his group has a lot of work that operates on both humans and animals. And when you specialize even deeper just for humans, then you can get extremely, extremely fine-grained. So there's in fact a workshop tomorrow with the people shaky internet, understandable for CVPR. On CVPR 2024. There's an Okay. So what I'm trying to convey right now is just that all of these past approaches for object tracking and point tracking are very carefully engineered, and they rely on a trick called cross-correlation. So what that means is you compute features for all the frames, and then you capture the appearance of the thing that you're actually trying to track, and you compute cosine similarity between that saved feature and all your grids of features on all the other frames. And that delivers heat maps, which are shown here on the right. So whenever the target is visible, you can hope for some large values in the heat map, and then we generally all of this prior work has, of course, been productive, and I've played a part in it. But there's something wrong with each of these items. On granularity-specific methods, the issue is that there's actually no hard line between points and parts and objects. Very often, things begin as a single pixel, or even less than a pixel, and then they grow into a region as the camera zooms in or as the target gets closer to the camera. So if you want to track something long-term, you can't really assume that points stay points or even that objects stay objects. You need to be flexible to the continuum that exists here. On category-specific methods, there are obvious practical issues. So if you have different models for different categories, you're going to have eventually a lot of models. Also, whenever we divide up these domains, we miss out on the commonality between them and the potential to learn something more general. So it'd be very nice if, no matter what we want to track, we can use the same model. On preventing overfitting with design, I've mentioned that this is an information bottleneck and it's allowing us to generalize, but it's also holding us back. So if the tracker only ever sees correlations, then it can never learn the relationships between the objects and the scene. So in this video, the motion of the horse is partly determined by the rider and also by the fence. So this is useful context, and yet we're not using it. This information goes into the per frame features, and then we sort of squash it away with the correlation trick. So as long as we do this, we will never learn that horses jump over fences. And I am sharing. Okay. Okay. So dropping this correlation trick means letting our trackers actually see the video directly. And this, of course, opens up the door to overfitting. So here's what we've done. What I'm going to show you here is basically an advanced look at a paper called Tag, Tracking at Any Granularity, which for now you can find on my website. The authors here are a big mix of people from Stanford, CMU, and Toyota Research Institute. And just this morning, I put some demo code on GitHub. And you can expect full code release gradually. So as I mentioned earlier, we want to take inspiration from methods like GPT-4 and SAM and explore what happens when you have a simple and huge model with no bottlenecks trained on a huge data set. So to support the training of a truly generic model, we are gathering every tracking data set that we can find into one super data set. So this search has produced a very long tail of interesting natural science data sets. So our model gets to see cells under a microscope, body key points on various animals, zebrafish, particles floating in fluid, some insects, and also the common computer vision categories like people and cars. We parsed about 75 data sets so far, which translates into about 4 million unique videos with tracking annotations. And some of these data sets were actually featured in past years' CV4Animals workshops. To give you a sense of the logistical effort, I want to show you one of our main spreadsheets. So finding and organizing and downloading and visualizing and parsing and error checking and consolidating all these data sets is a very time-consuming and labor-intensive effort. But not as much as actually annotating the data ourselves. So this is data that's been painstakingly annotated by people in various fields. So we're just recovering that work and parsing it into a standard format. We have a simple parsing format. We say everything is boxes, and sometimes boxes have masks. So the unique thing to notice here is that even data sets with point annotations get turned into data sets with box annotations, where the boxes just become, or the points just become tiny boxes. Our model is as simple as possible, but very high capacity. So the main model right now, which we might call a tag base, has about 320 million parameters. And for reference, this is about 20 times the capacity of our point trackers from last year. So you just put in a video and a prompt indicating what you want to track. And the parameters do their work, and they give you the tracking output in the form of masks. So here's what that looks like in a bit more detail. We take as input a big volume of pixels, height by width by time. We compress that down to a more manageable size with a 3D convolutional network. We then reshape that downsampled output into a sequence of tokens. And then we have a high capacity transformer, do iterated self-attention between these tokens. And finally, we upsample very quickly back into a volume. So we're taking as input a volume of pixels and producing as output a volume of masks. The reason that we deal with these volumes is that we want to learn things about space-time. So we want to learn signals that situate a moving object in its context, which prior work has missed. So an easily measurable benefit here is that we can also track better through occlusions. So just to clarify, a lot of prior work has operated on a frame-by-frame basis, where you're just associating what you've saved to the new frame, and sometimes you're updating what you've saved. Here we're processing big chunks of time, and this is why we can track through occlusions. So the content of those big volumes looks like this. So on the input side, we have the raw video, and on one or more frames, we have a prompt indicating what to track. On the output side, we have 5 channels. The first channel estimates a heat map of where the target's center is. The second and third channels deliver segmentation. And the fourth and fifth channels give us heat maps of where the target's corners are. These outputs can be trivially post-processed to deliver outputs at multiple granularities. So if you just want point tracks, you take the argmax of the first channel. If you want boxes, you take argmaxes of the fourth and fifth channels. If you want segmentations, you use those middle channels. This multi-channel output also allows us to connect with diverse data sets, which mostly only have annotations for usually 1 or 2 channels. Another detail, which we actually tried to avoid for the sake of simplicity, is iterative inference. So instead of having the model take a video and output the answer all in one shot, we have it initialize a solution and then iteratively refine it. So this is especially helpful for tracking tiny things in high resolution video, because iteration allows the model to zoom in and resolve details incrementally. And it also allows us to detach the inference complexity from the video resolution. So here's what happens when you do this. Once you have the data in the model, it's mostly just a matter of training and carefully monitoring 75 accuracy curves. fortunately, it seems like all the dataset accuracies tend to go up together. Here you might ask, how am I actually training a 320 million parameter model on an academic budget? So industry collaborators are a big help. So here we've got Toyota Research Institute on the team, but I'm not doing Google scale experiments with hundreds of GPUs. I have 8 GPUs. And with this compute, my main trick is just to wait. So you have to wait about a month or sometimes more, depending on the architecture, to get the really good results. I don't want to bore you with the numbers, but right now we're state of the art in point tracking. So we're beating code tracker, for example. We're also generalizing better to novel domains like tracking zebrafish or tracking wildlife in like helicopter imagery. We're a little behind the state of the art in mask tracking. And this has to do with the current mask-based methods being very, very well engineered. And they can produce very high resolution outputs, which we currently cannot do. In box tracking, we're about even with the current best method. So those numbers correspond to results like this. So the thing to keep in mind here is that we're doing all tasks all the time. So we're always tracking the target at the point level and the mask level and at the box level. And we're doing all this with a single model. So on this slide, I'm showing box tracks overlaid on the images and also segmentations below. And you can notice that our masks here are a little blurry. And this is basically why we're not state of the art. So the localization is good, but the sharpness isn't there. One very nice benefit of outputting everything in the form of masks or heat maps is that we get a very clear indicator of the model's uncertainty. So you can notice in these videos that uncertainty spreads out very rapidly during the occlusion, and then also settles back afterward. And in our synthetic data sets, like the one on the right here, we can also see that the model is not just learning a basic zero velocity or constant velocity prior for the motion during occlusions, it's learning some nonlinear motion priors. So, and it's also inferring the motion from context. So it's looking at the pose of the robot to estimate where the position of the hidden key point is. So now let me talk about some of the unsatisfactory parts. So I spent a lot of days branching the model into modifications and seeing which modification wins. And that's roughly how I arrived at the architecture that I've shown you. But in the context of 30-day experiments, the relevance of those shorter experiments really comes into question. So it's really, really hard to do experiments at these longer timescales. I can only do a couple runs before I start to get very nervous that someone else is going to try to do this. So it's also very hard to make determinations on when you're actually making the model better or worse, or like whether the changes you're making are actually going to pay off in the 30-day case. And maybe at this scale, meaning at the scale of this model and at the scale of the data that we're dealing with here, maybe very little actually matters in the design except for parameter count and efficiency. One thing that I know for sure is that the data matters a lot. And I want to highlight the role of synthetic data here. So among our data sets, we have about 8 synthetic data sets. And if you're unfamiliar with my prior work or with current trends in optical flow, these data sets will look crazy to you, but they are gold. So these are videos with pixel perfect ground truth, and sometimes ground truth at multiple granularities simultaneously. So you can know exactly where a certain point is across multiple frames, and you can also know which object that point belongs to, and you can also know where that object is moving. So these data sets are also some of the biggest in our collection, and that's because once you get the pipeline going, meaning once you get the simulator engine running, then it's very easy to scale up this kind of data. The real data is, of course, critical, and it's often beautiful, but it also has biases, and sometimes it's wrong. So about biases, I mean that certain things are labeled more than others. So for example, we have plenty of labels for humans and for some reason skateboards. and basketballs, but not so many annotations on cheetahs. And then the annotations on cheetahs are unfortunately a little messy. So you can see here on the right, that's a key point trying to track one of the cheetah's paws, and somehow it just fell off. A pervasive issue in the real data sets is a lack of reliable visibility annotations. And this has to do with the data sets being built primarily for pose estimation instead of for tracking. So for example, we have this beautiful data set called Intrahand, and it's many terabytes of multi-view images, but we can't really use it because we can't easily get rid of cases like I've shown here, where the green annotation is apparently landing on the finger of the left hand, but that ground truth actually corresponds to the thumb of the right hand. And so these annotations are telling you where each key point is despite occlusions, but occlusion is super critical for tracking. So you can't, like if I ask my model to track with that prompt, it's going to start tracking the left hand, and then it's going to get penalized because the annotation is going to follow something else. So our solution in a future project might be to try to pseudo label the visibility with our current model. But this is like, you'd be surprised how much data we're sitting on that we just cannot use because of this issue. The last big issue that I want to take the opportunity to talk about is a trend that I'm participating in, where we make big collaborations leading to big papers. So I think this is productive. And people in language and robotics are at the leading edge of this, I think, where they have papers with 50 authors, 100 authors. And maybe this needs to happen within this domain also. So I don't see a reason why all of us can't be co-authors on the next paper. So I'm just going to close by summarizing the main contributions of the work that I showed. So first, we captured the whole spectrum of tracking granularities, from all object tracking all the way down to point tracking. Second, we went through the laborious process of digging up dozens of data sets and unifying them into a common format. And here, by the way, if you have a data set and you fear that it's not included, like you can check the code and see the list of data sets. If it's not there, or if you also see in the code that we rejected it for some reason, please let me know. Because we're trying to be very transparent about which data sets worked and which were impossible for us to use. And the last thing I want to do is make anyone mad. So if you think that your data set does actually have clean annotations, or if there's a way to make it clean without too much effort, then we'd be happy to spend time with you to correct that. Third, we've finally created the tracking model that can see the pixels directly. So there's no correlation, there's no tracking by detection. It's just images in, tracking out. And this, I think, is a big deal because it means we can finally learn that certain objects move in certain ways. And we can pay attention to where the object is in the scene and where it's likely to move next. And prior trackers just did not have the mechanism to do this. So that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Great talk. We have a few minutes for questions. So if you have questions, just shout out, and then maybe Adam, can you repeat the question for the online audience?
I'll try.
Asking about segmentation, so it seems like the transformer is a bit of a bottleneck. It acts as a sort of a bottleneck, and I'm just wondering about mechanisms to overcome that blurriness. Whether you have any thoughts?
Right. Okay, so the question is about the heavy, or the sort of aggressive spatial downsampling and how this creates a bottleneck for a model that allows us to use this transformer in the middle, and how we might overcome that to deliver sharper outputs in the end. So as you asked that question, I realized that I forgot to draw something on this slide. I wonder if I can draw it now. Here we go. Okay. I did add eventually skip connections. That helps a little bit, but not as much as I was hoping. The real solution might be to have factorized attention in the transformer. So I do have some preliminary experiments showing that in that transformer, instead of doing full self-attention between all the tokens, you can do local attention in 2D or in 3D, or also there are tricks where you can do attention within each frame and then attention across frames within a small patch. And that way you're spending, you don't have this sort of quadratic complexity in the attention, and then you can have far more tokens going in and out of the transformer. And I think that might be the way in the future, but the trade-off is that, I mean, it's a little more complicated implementation-wise, and I wanted to keep this first model simple. And I suspect it also takes longer to train, because it means the transformer really is the thing that takes the longest to train, and the CNNs are quick. Yes.
The focus on single object tracking manipulation. How would this have to be generalized to multi-object tracking?
Yes. Okay, so the question is, we focus here on single object tracking. How might we generalize to multi-object tracking? I'm not planning myself to work on the multi-object version of this. The way I would do it is just run the model multiple times for the multiple objects of interest. I should maybe clarify that the model is, while it's tracking one object, aware of the other objects, like it can see them. And that's different from prior work. So in a sense, this multi-object context is going into the model, but we're just not tasking it with following two things simultaneously. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Question is about inference speed. It's very fast, like about 60 frames a second. Yeah. Great question. The question is, how difficult is it to add a new data set, and do you have to train from scratch, or can you just fine tune a little? You can, in fact, add data sets very easily. And over the course of the project, that was most of what we were doing, where like we had a model that was partially trained, and then we just sort of inject a new data set and then continue training. And the good news, I mean, I want to be careful saying this because I haven't quantitatively demonstrated it, but I think as you add data sets, then it becomes faster and faster for the model to adapt to the new data sets. So it becomes easier and easier for it to sort of cross the domain gap. Yeah. Great.
Also, the cheetah we just before, those the implications are
Great. Okay. So first question is whether we tried other modalities like infrared and sonar. We did. So we have a couple infrared data sets. We found ones that use that sensor for like tracking drones. So we have those in there. And we also have sonar data sets in the case of the Caltech fish data set. So we have that in there. And then as for okay, the second question is whether or not the annotations I showed on the cheetah are real, or I mean, whether those are estimates for ground truth. Those are in fact ground truth. So that's why we can't really, or that's why we rejected that data for training. Yeah.
I've seen some fireworks on the image texture, and they show that you have very small high volume data set, the noisy data set. You sort of increase your compute value. Noise is fine. You do better than if you added sort of different size and quality data sets. Do you have intuitions around that for something cleanup, for something bigger, first?
Okay, so the question roughly is about how robust we are to label noise as we scale up the data sets and sort of what we learn in that realm. My current intuition is that we want the data to be as clean as possible. And I get very nervous whenever I find a sample that has background truth, because we're asking the model to do something that we actually don't want it to do. So we're spending a lot of effort on basically making it as easy as possible to find annotation errors, and then either correcting or avoiding those samples.
Maybe one more question.
Oh, great. Okay, so the question is, like, so I mentioned how nice it would be to have like a 50 author paper, and the question is now, what would that paper be about? I think the first step is for us to consolidate all of our data sets and get them into a common format so that anybody working on some animal might be able to use either other data sets with similar animals or even just all the data. We should be able to consolidate all the data and agree on a common format. And I think that'd be very productive because data really is king for the methods that we're using right now.
Okay, let's thank Adam again, and there are a few questions online. So if you maybe Adam, you can like check the Zoom chat.
Okay, I'll type answers.
And
thank you, everybody. Yes. You need my adapter? Yes.
Scale data sets are data sets that's, of course, captured on the internet from sources like Wikipedia, potentially YouTube, with often with text pairs with visual data. And these models are actually, as you all know, increasingly being deployed into our devices, into our homes, and eventually maybe make healthcare decisions. And so I think it's very important to ask questions like, are these models actually improving our well-being for both humans and animals? And of course, there is a ton of people studying this question. This is a very difficult problem. There's economists, sociologists, people from a lot of different fields who is very interested in this problem. And of course, this is a 25-minute talk. So we can first look at a way simpler problem, which is that because these models are trained on these large-scale internet data sets, have they gained any form of fundamental understanding of our world? For reference, it would take a human like over 30 years just to read all of Wikipedia. And these models are trained on way larger data sets than that nowadays. Here's an example from Sora from their own website, where you can see an example of a physical loss being violated in the generated video. Once the basketball explodes, it somehow splits into two basketballs, and the basketball also starts clipping through objects. Another example is common sense reasoning, which many researchers have already studied. For example, this is a prompt borrowed from Ejin Choi's keynote talk at CVPR last year, where she asks, if it takes 3 hours to dry 3 clothes under the sun, how many hours does it take to dry 15 clothes? And I think most humans would say, yeah, it takes 3 hours, I just lay out more clothes. But if you feed it, after her talk, I tried it myself at later dates, and as far as I'm aware, I don't think this is fixed yet, where the model would solve it as a proportionality problem and go like, oh, it would take 15 hours to dry the clothes. This has a few issues, I mean, one of which is that you don't even get 15 hours of sunlight in most parts of the world. Here's another problem of generation versus understanding, which other researchers have also studied, where you can ask these generative models to produce a picture of a mountain goat stands on top of a rock on a hill. But then, based on this paper, the generative AI paradox, I also tried some of their prompts. I fed it back into the model and asked if it's a mountain goat. And the model says no, it's an alpine ibex, which is really similar to a mountain goat, I'm guessing. But basically, essentially for humans, when we generate and we understand something, we don't see this type of gap in terms of human generation and understanding. And going back to this larger scale question, it seems that even though we're training our models on these huge data sets, somehow they still are lacking some of these fundamental understanding that humans can basically do very intuitively. And what does this imply for downstream well-being? As you might guess, we have challenges like data set bias, where it's very difficult for the models to generalize to unseen tests, including different compositionalities of data. It's very difficult for these models to handle changing contexts. For example, our world is changing all the time. When COVID happened, a lot of things changed very quickly. And I think a lot of people were seeing the limitation of these systems in healthcare at that time. And lastly, this affects the trust and reliability of experts in using these models in their real-world applications for improving well-being. And moving forward, of course, these are very tough questions. What I like to move towards is a closer collaboration between scientists and AI systems, which is something that I aim to do in my own work, where we would like to work with scientists across various aspects of One Health. You may have heard of this paradigm, which is the idea that human health, animal health, and environment health are all interconnected. And there's a lot of experts, of course, in this domain, including at the CDC and various institutions. And we would like to figure out a way to integrate their domain expert knowledge into our large-scale systems. Of course, we like to do this efficiently. We can't have experts sit down and annotate data and inject their domain knowledge over millions of examples. We need some way so that experts can communicate their ideas, especially when they have new ideas, to these models in an efficient way. And lastly, if the models see something new in the data, like a new piece of knowledge, we like the model to be able to pass that back to the domain expert. And of course, we like to do this not just for these internet scale data sets that have been explored, but for many different modalities of One Health data across environmental connections like satellite imaging, animal health like with veterinarians, for example, as well as human health. And ideally, we'd like to improve well-being, of course, not just for individuals, but also at a societal and global scale. And of course, this is very challenging. It involves a ton of experts, not just people in AI, but of course, veterinarians, like I mentioned, doctors and sociologists. And so for the purpose of this talk, I'll only be looking at a very, very narrow slice of this entire problem, which is how can AI help us analyze raw data for experts, like map raw data in the form of X to insights that experts can use in the form of Y. In my past work, the raw data often took the form of these interacting agents, for example, these mice. which are interacting, and the insight we like to extract is frame-by-frame labels of the animal's behavior at each frame. And of course, doing machine learning, we'd like to do some model that takes this function f and then maps x to the insight that experts can use. Like we mentioned earlier, if we simply train this model, we have challenges with dataset bias, the fact that these models don't handle training context very well, and also trust and reliability. And so a lot of my work has been figuring out ways that we can effectively collaborate with domain experts in order to incorporate their expertise and enable these effective collaborations between scientists and AI systems. And I'll jump into a few different paradigms of AI, of course, very briefly, because I assume most of you in this room are already super familiar with supervised learning. I'll also be briefly talking about one of our works focusing on self-supervised learning, and then how, of course, we're using foundation models nowadays to address some of these challenges. So jumping into supervised learning really quickly, because I assume most people are familiar with this concept. In terms of supervised learning, previously I've worked with behavioral neuroscientists to develop a tool that can take in human annotations of key points, as you can see in the top of these interacting mice, as well as frame-by-frame labels of the animal's behavior. And the goal of the model is just to train supervised key point estimators as well as behavior classifiers to analyze the video data. This model is already pretty helpful because the implication is that an expert can now just annotate hundreds or thousands of frames of key points or behavior, and once your model is trained in a certain setting, you can now apply it to millions of new frames. This is, of course, a significant reduction in terms of expert effort, and this tool, as well as similar tools, have been deployed in the field. As you might guess, some of the challenges that come up, the problem's not that simple, because every lab have their own experimental setup, they have their own behavior definitions, they have their own model organisms they're interested in. So what this framework implies is that we now have to redo this for every single new lab and new behaviors we come across, and there is a massive amount of lab setups and behaviors that can come up. In addition to this, even if you train a model for a single lab, there's actually a massive amount of annotator variability as well. So what this plot shows is the precision and recall of 5 different annotators trained in the same lab, annotating the same behavior against, say, a ground truth annotator. And as you can see, even across humans, there is a wide difference in terms of annotator variability in terms of how we annotate behavior. And this is all the challenges that supervised learning face when being deployed into these real-world settings. Of course, there's many extensions of supervised learning, like using transfer learning to improve data efficiency, or improving interpretability of these models, which I won't talk about today. Because I'll now move on to self-supervised learning, which is, of course, another exciting paradigm that was happening in this field for the past few years. In self-supervised learning, different from supervised learning, we want to now design signals to train on the data instead of relying on simply human annotations. In our case, we've studied self-supervised learning in the context of sparse key point discovery, in the sense that we have all these different diverse types of videos of different model organisms, but a lot of the times we actually don't have any annotations because, like I mentioned, it's expensive to capture them in new settings. And so we actually use self-supervised learning to discover these sparse key points that you see on the bottom row automatically by training on videos from these labs. I'll briefly talk about how we design the task in order to discover these key points. How we set up the training process is by looking at, of course, the video and taking 2 frames, 1 frame at time t and 1 frame at time t plus k. And we want to train these key point encoders that map frames to these sparse key point locations represented by capital K. In the case of supervised learning, of course, you have humans clicking on where the points are, so then you just optimize your key point encoder to match human-defined key points. In the case of self-supervision, what we do is we feed the key points into a decoder, which I'll call d tilde. And the goal of the decoder is to reconstruct some signal we define the input data. In this case, our signal is defined as the difference, literally the image difference between 2 frames. And the benefit of doing this is that, of course, you need annotations, you can compute image difference in a very cheap way. The piece of knowledge we're relying on here is that we have stationary camera and background in our video collection setup, so that when we take the image difference, the agent movement will show up really obviously. And that's the key assumption that makes this algorithm work. And we applied our self-supervised system to a range of different model organisms, including novel model organisms like jellyfish and trees, as well as different viewpoints or more fine-grained key point discovery. And last year, we extended this idea to discovering 3D key points, which is essentially taking the image difference idea and applying it to multi-view videos. So basically videos with many camera views. And of course, there's many new methods of tracking that are being developed today as well. But to quickly summarize self-supervised learning is that instead of encoding your knowledge by annotating large amounts of data, you're just designing a training signal based on the data itself, so that now you can apply it to any size data sets, which now segues into why I want to talk about foundation models, because foundation models basically takes this idea of self-supervised learning, where previously we applied to data from one lab, now these models are being trained on like millions and millions of videos. Before jumping into foundation models, I just want to make a quick distinction between works that focus on generation, which are generating new data. For example, Sora is one example where they're generating videos given a text description, to models that mainly focus on understanding, which is analyzing the video data itself. Video Prism is one example where we mainly focus on video understanding. Moving forward, I think there's a lot of different ideas to integrate these two frameworks, but currently I'll focus on the understanding side for now. So Video Prism is a work we developed recently at Google, where the goal is to learn a single model for general purpose video understanding. As you can see, given all these different videos, they're fed into Video Prism, which is compatible with different types of models like a text encoder or LLM to perform tasks like captioning and question answering, or tasks like classification and localization, or even video retrieval. How Video Prism is trained, of course, as with any foundation model, it's simply trained on a large collection of videos. In our case, Video Prism was trained on 36 million videos with high-quality captions, as well as 582 million videos with varying levels of noisy text. And this forms the training corpus for our model. These videos vary a lot in duration, but most of them are under 20 seconds, as you can see. Next, what's also important, of course, is a pre-training strategy. In the case of Video Prism, we have a two-stage pre-training strategy, where the first stage, as you might recognize, is very similar to CLIP, but it's applied on top of video data, where we use contrastive loss to align the video encoder to a text encoder, using the paired video and text data. In stage 2, we perform masked video modeling with a few changes, which I'll go a little bit into detail. So to do this masked video modeling stage, we take the video encoder from stage 1 that was already trained in stage 1, and we freeze it. And we match the visible tokens, so these blue tokens are masked out. We match the visible tokens of Video Prism in terms of pooled global tokens, and we match that to the video encoder's global outputs. So this enables the model to align more to the semantic information that was learned through the first stage. But as you probably all know, text often isn't enough to describe the entire video. And so to capture more fine-grained motion information, we additionally introduced this token-wise distillation loss, which takes the masked tokens, as well as the visible tokens, perform shuffling, and then do this token-wise alignment between the video encoders that was trained on stage 1 to the Video Prism encoder outputs. The goal of this is so that the model keeps the semantic information from stage 1, but also learn more fine-grained motion information through the token-wise distillation step. Now, how the model is used once it's trained is that we use it as a frozen feature extractor for all sorts of video analysis tasks. In this case, our classifier is a very lightweight classification head, and Video Prism, with the pre-training step I mentioned, is totally frozen for all these evaluations. And we evaluate these models on a range of open-sourced video datasets with animal behavior. And what we find is that the model performs comparably or better than domain-specific models, where the domain-specific models have backbones that are developed and trained specifically on each dataset, whereas the Video Prism features were frozen, as I mentioned before. So only a very, very lightweight classifier head is trained. And so moving forward, I think what this means is that potentially these foundation model could be used as a backbone, given many different task-specific tests, with lightweight adaptation to new types of data. And going back to the question that we had in the beginning, which I'm sure everyone's really interested in, is that we want to really close this loop with how we can improve well-being for humans and animals. And I think one key part of this is actually to develop benchmarks, because right now it's actually very difficult to know when things work. There's a lot of models that claim very general capabilities, but it's actually very difficult to demonstrate these on real-world data. Here's an example of a very traditional benchmark we developed a few years ago, which is animal behavior classification using a standardized data set, a standardized task with like standardized labels, as well as very standard evaluation metrics. And so everything here is fixed. I would say this is the more traditional way of benchmarking our models. I think moving forward, because our current model capabilities are so variable, I think we need benchmarks that can handle evolving tasks with hard to define metrics, for example, things like user friendliness, interpretability, or reliability. And moving towards this, I'll just give a little bit more context to our benchmarking effort, which is that a few years ago, we worked with one lab studying animal behavior to introduce one of the first benchmarks in this area for measuring model performance on supervised learning. In 2012, we worked on a second benchmark, now with 3 different labs, to study how well these models do at representation learning. This year, which I should update this in 2024, we are open sourcing a behavior generalization benchmark after working with 15 different labs, as well as our collaborators together to put together a behavior generalization benchmark to test how well these models actually generalize across different labs. And moving forward, I would really like to have inputs from domain experts, as well as you guys, of course, on how to best develop this evolving benchmark. Because I truly do believe that these tasks are so variable nowadays that we need continual contribution from experts in One Health into the benchmark, as well as continued evaluation of our models, ideally before they're deployed into our lives, to measure the impact of these models on our well-being. And of course, having feedback between the impact of these models, a closer loop between the feedback of these models and One Health experts is ideally what I think happens. But I think this evolving benchmark idea will require collaborations, of course, across many different groups and as well as many different domains in order to make happen. And to conclude, the challenges we have to address are things like dataset bias, ability of these models to handle changing context, and trust and reliability. And what we like to do is to have diverse data sets and evaluation so that we can actually know when we have dataset bias happening before they're deployed. We want to do continued development so that our model can adapt to these changing contexts. And we want to work with experts so that we can develop informed trust instead of just blind trust on some models to produce. And with that, I'll thank you guys for listening, and as well thank all my collaborators for all the work they did. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you. We have a few minutes for questions. Any questions? If not, okay.
No.
Yep. Could you spend a little bit more time explaining your vision of the evolving benchmarks or how you fit in that
Yeah, so I think that's an open question I'm also trying to figure out because as I mentioned with the 1 lab benchmark, we did that in a year. With a 3 lab benchmark, we also did that in a year. This year we did 15 labs, and that kind of took over a year. And I think it's not really scalable to always have, a central, maybe a central person or a few central people to always take in diverse types of data and try to manually standardize them, try to make them benchmark ready. What I think would be really interesting with the evolving benchmark is if labs could contribute data directly into some repository. There would need to be some standardization module that can do this automatically, perhaps leveraging foundation models, so that we can verify and check that the standardization is correct. And then on the model side, instead of having one table in one paper as a final model, we need to have a way to continually have you upload models. I think I know a few benchmarks where, for example, cargo competitions, you can continually upload models, but I don't believe you can continually upload the data. So I think the data set right now is a limitation versus the model continuously value model side. That's my understanding. Okay, thanks.
Any more questions? I also have a question about, you mentioned 3 different approaches, like a supervised versus unsupervised, self-supervised versus like now building large-scale foundation models. Which do you think is, because I can think of like pros and cons for each approach.
Yeah.
It's especially for in this like animal workshop, if you're trying to apply all these approaches to animals, like how can we believe that these models are actually extracting the right insight, the correct labels? Is it like which approach would you think is more?
Right, so in my experience, supervised learning models are way easier to evaluate because you have labels and like standardized benchmarks to match the human-defined labels. Self-supervised models are more difficult to evaluate. I think what we've traditionally done is using 2 ways to evaluate self-supervised models. One is to feed them as input to some downstream task where we have a way to concretely evaluate it. And the other way we've done is, for example, in the key point work, we use a very tiny linear layer to map the discovered key points to human-defined key points to see how well they match up. But going on to foundation models, I think the trade-off with that is one, of course, computation. Even after the model is trained, I do believe you still need some level of computation to do inference on those models on your own data set. I think storage might be an issue like depending how much data you have. For example, if a group has like a decade worth of data, yeah, like storing all those features will also be important. But I do know there's ongoing work in efficient models and quantization that can potentially tackle that. I think ultimately it depends on how well defined like your data set problem already is. I think for groups where there's already a lot of really well annotated large scale data sets, I don't know if these like other more computationally expensive approaches are necessary. So I think it really depends on what you already have and what your downstream task is, like what the best approach is.
Right. And specifically for foundation models, like it's we've all used like GPT, and it's sometimes really hard to prompt GPT to get to the right answer. And should we start believing, or like how do you think these models are going to be trustworthy enough for, especially in like scientific domains?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Obviously, like I mentioned, there's a lot of other researchers studying this question of common sense reasoning. Like for me, it's like, I think it's very interesting. I think what people say is that some things are so common sense that we don't even put it on the internet. That's why the models like never learn to do those things. I think there is a lot of exciting work that people are doing connecting foundation models to databases. There's like retrieval, augmented generation, and all that. So I think, like, I do think the field will figure out ways to make the models more and more reliable. But at least in the current stage, like, I think we are all double checking, their answers, right, on other more reliable sources.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions, if anyone has any more questions.
Oh, there's one.
I was just curious how you're defining animal well-being. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I was initially inspired to make this because I've been working with the Cornell College of Veterinary Medicine. And of course, where this is a huge problem, and I realized there's actually a lot of parallel computational challenges. Like in that domain, with what I was working on with behavioral neuroscientists, I think I'm really excited to be able to say do things like detecting diagnostic conditions earlier. There's one surgeon I'm talking to where he has videos of like surgeons, trainees doing surgery, and we want to be able to give feedback to those surgeons like in real time automatically. So it's not doesn't have to be just animal videos, but also other types of videos as well. Now that we're talking about video foundation models. And so moving forward, I think what's important is to realize that these models do have data set bias. For example, if I train my model on like videos of cats, I'm not gonna expect it to work, directly on dogs. I think right now the data and how these models perform are so interlinked. I think there are people probably working towards more general models where they're more data efficient, they can adapt better to changing contexts. But right now with like these classic foundation models, I guess they're not really classic because they're very modern, but I'm gonna say like current foundation models, I do think their performance highly depends on the data that they've been trained on. So I think that's one thing. And a lot of the times it may be unclear what exactly the data set is, which also makes evaluating them difficult, by the way. So I think just knowing that the training data is important, trying to figure out as much information as one can on what that is, I think will be helpful on using these models in practice. Thanks.
Okay, let's thank Jennifer again. Okay, so just a quick reminder, we're gonna have oral presentations from the authors in the track 1 submissions. And we're gonna have, in this session, we're gonna have 5 oral presentations. And then after this, there will be a coffee break. And then we'll be back with Varun's talk and also another session of the orals. And we're gonna end this workshop with a panel discussion where Sarah Beery is gonna moderate the conversation. And we also have Sylvia here as well. So we're gonna go right into the oral presentations, and the first one is going to be given by Sophie. Yes.
Yeah, please. Hello everyone, I'm Sophie Ngobibingbe from Laval University, and today I'm going to present you a framework for long-term identity-aware tracking from sparse and uncertain identifications. Just to remind, multi-object tracking is the task consisting of detecting and uniquely identifying objects all over a video. In general, we have well-performing tracking models, but generally, their performances decrease over time. It's mainly due to identity switches, loss of identities. On the other side, in many applications, we generally have external identifications, but those are generally sparse in time and uncertain. And our goal is to leverage those identification information to improve tracking in a long-term context. So what we have done here is for each real-world identity, we associated an HMM whose hidden state is related to the probability of assigning this identity to a detected object and whose observable variable was linked to the stochastic process of the identifier. And finally, with the forward-backward algorithm, we could be able to process the probability of assigning a real-world identity to a detected object, knowing all identifiers' information. The forward-backward in its turn need an emission in a transition matrix. Concerning the emission matrix, it's simply the probability that the identifier process is correct, knowing the real-world identity of an object. And this is simply given by the probability of an identifier to assign the real-world identity to a detected object. Concerning the transition matrix, what we are interested on is the probability of matching 2 objects across consecutive frames, and this we could get it from the tracker. So with those information, we can do our forward-backward algorithm and find the assignment probabilities, being aware of all stochastic identifications. So this was just for one real-world identity, but we have many real-world identities. So finally, what we have done is to find the best possible assignment between all real-world identities and detected objects through an Hungarian process, and we threshold it to avoid the random guesses. To test our approach, we use a 10-minute peak video dataset with 21 identification from the feeder station. And as we can see, okay. As we can see here, for example, we have an identity switch of the base tracker. And up there, we have our HMM framework applied on this base tracker, which is able to identify this identity switch from external identification he got all over the videos. We were also interested on the general performance of our approach, and we can see that our approach is better than the tracker with a simple re-identification. What also interested us was the performances over time. As I said in the earlier part, generally tracker performances decrease over time. And we can see that the ByTrack and ByTrack plus the basic re-identification decrease over time. And our approach is a little more stable over time. And its performances could even increase the tighter identification information are in time. Another point we were interested on was the robustness of our approach to unreliable identifications. So we generated artificial identifications in which 25% were randomly distributed. And we can see here that our approach has increasing performances over time, even with those unreliable identification, while the base re-identification gets stuck around 70% due to the unreliable identifications. So finally, with this work, we have proposed a method which is able to work on long-term context because the forward-backward algorithm has a linear complexity in terms of the length of the video. But we are also able to embed any tracker and deal with identifier uncertainties. The problem of this framework is that we lose the real-time tracking possibility because we have to process the forward-backward offline. So here in our work, we have tested only on one video data set, and we haven't tested many trackers, and that is what we are planning to work on next. And we thank the Innovation, the MAPAC, and the FRQNT for supporting this work. Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I wanted to ask, so why you say that this is an offline method? Because with HMM, in theory, you can do, what they call it, filtering, and basically do an online tracking. Why it's not possible in this situation?
In our case here, we are using a tracker which is doing the tracking online. But for the forward-backward algorithm, we need all information over time to be able to compute the probability.
A suggestion maybe for future work is that maybe you would like to look at another inference algorithms like particle filtering, because these are like online algorithms.
Okay, I take note of this. Thank you. Is there any other question?
Okay, if no more questions, we can move on to the next talk. Thank you. The next speakers, they're not able to attend CPR, so we're going to play their video. And the authors are also online, so if there are any questions, they might be able to answer after this video. Oops. Sorry.
This may not.
Model and alpha refine method to design a new redetection mechanism. In our work, we built a new wild animal tracking dataset to provide unlabeled WAT data with sufficient films and environmental conditions to satisfy the training of DA tracking. WAT-SDA improved the performance by 16.5%, 10.4%, and 9.3% in terms of success rate, normalized precision and precision. Our tracker achieved the best performance on 3 main attributes. We conducted a series of ablation studies and validity studies to validate the validity of the models and the validity of the framework on a series of baseline. Our work, WAT-SDA framework, enables the best performing Siamese network based object tracker to achieve better tracking performance in the field of wildlife tracking. We believe that the WAT-SDA framework and the Wildlife 2020 set can facilitate future research on wild animal tracking. In the future, we will work on light weighting and source-free domain adaptation. Thanks.
Okay, and the next speaker is online, and let me stop sharing. Okay, for the next oral speaker, can you share your screen?
Yeah. Can people see this and hear me okay?
1 second. I'm going to transfer. Okay. Oops. Okay. Can you try to speak?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, they can hear online. So, okay, let's see. Can you try to say some more?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. No problem. Okay, so my name's Otto Brooks. I'm a computer vision PhD student at the University of Bristol in the UK, and today I'll be presenting our paper, Chimp VLM. So the work was supervised by computer scientists Thilo Begat and Majid Mehmedi at the University of Bristol, and also by Jan Kuhl at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. So the work is sort of based on the fact that a huge amount of information or knowledge about chimpanzee behavior is encoded in text. So there have been several extensive attempts to compile exhaustive lists of behavior patterns, such as the sort of seminal work done by Jane Goodall and Nishida across the 1980s through to the 1990s and the early 2000s. Plus, there have been many more sort of study-specific ethograms that have been produced over the years. And so really, we were looking for a way to integrate this information into a classification pipeline. And a fairly natural way to do that is, of course, using a vision language model. Not only can they sort of integrate this information in a fairly intuitive way, they've also shown extremely good performance on tasks such as zero and few-shot learning,
which are analogous to long tail and class imbalance learning. And the reason that I mention this is because many behavior data sets and the observation of behavior in the real world often follows a long tail distribution. And so in our case, when we're looking at camera trap data, traveling is extremely common when you're using motion-centered cameras. And so these tend to dominate your class distribution, whereas more interesting behaviors such as aggression and more complex social interactions fall towards the tail end of the distribution. So this is another reason that we wanted to use and explore vision language models. So what does the architecture of our system actually look like? So we have three main components. We have a vision encoder, which here is our timesformer. We have a language model, in this case BERT, which we train using a masked language modeling approach. And we also have a multimodal decoder, which comprises a few cross-attention layers. And so how does this actually work? So the crux of it is that we're simply trying to decode visual features using text-based query tokens that are initialized based on representations of behaviors. And we get to these representations of behaviors by compiling ethograms for each of the behaviors that we're trying to classify in our data set. But before actually training this architecture, we first fine-tune a BERT model using a masked language modeling approach on an exhaustive ethogram or encyclopedia of all known chimpanzee behaviors. We then initialize each of the query tokens in our cross-attention operation as embeddings of per behavior ethograms, or in later experiments, simply as label names, as sort of commonly done in action classification pipelines. And then we simply use our multimodal decoder to output logits. And if we're training in a multi-class behavior recognition setting, we just use a standard cross-entropy loss. And if we're using a multi-label behavior recognition problem, then we simply switch to our binary cross-entropy loss. So we run experiments on multi-class and multi-label behavior recognition, and we use the PANAF 500 and the PANAF 20K dataset to do this. And so we sort of aim to answer three main questions. So the first is, does the multimodal decoding approach actually help performance if you benchmark against vision language models that are trained using a sort of clip-based approach? The second thing we aim to answer is, does in-domain fine-tuning of the language model and really trying to integrate that prior knowledge that exists within these large corpus of texts actually improve performance? And finally, does initializing the query tokens using full descriptions or ethograms of behaviors have a positive effect on performance? So in terms of the experiments that we run, the PANAF 500 is a relatively small data set of about 500 videos, and it's for assessing multi-class behavior recognition. And we can see when we benchmark against some fairly standard vision models that when we switch to this multimodal decoding approach, we immediately get an uplift in performance. And this includes versus benchmarking against other vision language models, which use the clip-based contrastive learning approach. But probably the most interesting thing here is that in row 6, this is where we're actually fine-tuning our language model on this large corpus of known chimpanzee behaviors, and we see that it gets a significant boost in performance versus just using a pre-trained model of BERT. And so if we look at the per class performance of the PANAF 500, so across all 9 of the classes, we see a performance increase in nearly all of the classes, and particularly at the tail end of the distribution. So the 3 rarest classes get a plus 2.65, a plus 14, and a plus 14.2% increase in performance. So then if we look at how the model scales to a bigger data set, so the PANAF 20K is 20,000 videos with multi-label behavior annotations. And again, if we see that the performance is actually much tighter with vision only and with a vision language model, but we see right here at the bottom, if we initialize our query tokens using full descriptions taken from an ethogram of each behavior, and we use a fine-tuned language model on the text corpus of chimpanzee behaviors, we end up with a marginally improved overall performance, but we see that we consistently get, while using this multimodal decoding approach, better performance at the tail end of the distribution. And again, just looking at the 9 least frequently occurring behaviors in the PANAF 20K dataset, we get an uplift in performance across all but one of the behaviors. So again, positive impact on the tail end of the distribution. So just to summarize, the decoder-based architecture can achieve state-of-the-art performance even when compared with standard VLM approaches. Initializing query tokens using text embeddings of full behavior descriptions as opposed to just using the class label can benefit recognition performance, and in-domain fine-tuning of language models can be effective way to give yourself a further performance boost. So thanks for listening.
Any questions? Maybe we have time for 1 or 2 quick questions. Okay. Oh yeah, please.
How does this perform when you have multiple individuals or a group of individuals engaging in, say, one, two or more behaviors at the same time?
So the question is, how does the model perform when you have multiple individuals engaging in a group activity or multiple activities?
So that would just be the multi-label setting. In terms of the number of individuals, the way that the PANAF 20K is annotated, it doesn't assign specific behaviors to individuals. So if there is a group activity, it's not temporally located, and it will just have the label social interaction, for example. So all of the results that I showed in the second table all relate to this scenario where there can be more than one behavior present in a given video.
Okay, thank you. We might have to move on to the next talk. Thank you for joining. And the next presentation is going to be given by George. George, are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. All right, let me share my screen. Can you see me as well?
Yes, works.
Okay, cool. So hi everyone, my name is George, and today I will present you a paper about the data set which we created in University of Haifa with in collaboration with the University of Parma and Docs and Science Lab. So the data set is called DOG-FLW, which means dog facial landmarks in the wild data set. And I'd like to start with some example of like real world example with a dog in 2 conditions. Like here, the dog is called by name and dog somehow reacts. And here, the dog is presented with a toy and dog somehow reacts. So the question was, in this study, could we define that the dog is in 2 different conditions just by looking at the dog? And you can like train a deep learning model and try to classify videos. It will work, and it will have some accuracy. But the question is, for scientists, for animal scientists, the question is why. And currently, like why the dog, how to define that the dog is in this state. So currently it is done by action coding systems, and here it is done by dog facial action coding system, which is basically the system of movements of the dog's faces. And the question is, can we automate this manual labor? Can we assist the scientists to track all those movements automatically? And the question is, as we know from humans, yes, we can use facial landmarks. But the problem with or key points or landmarks, specific points on animals' faces. But the problem is that we do not have a lot of data for animals. For humans, we do, but for animals, it is not true. And even like the data that exists do not cover data on facial landmarks. On animals, do not cover a lot of landmarks. But to track very subtle movements on animals' faces, we need to describe and to translate very subtle movements on animals' faces, which is not possible without data, obviously. So last year, we have presented CAT FLW dataset, which consists of 2,000 images annotated with 48 facial landmarks, which are connected with the CAT facial action coding system. So they describe the movements of the muscles on the animal's face and do it pretty precisely. So using that approach, this year we moved to dogs and have created the new data set with the same idea. We want to describe the animal's faces movements with facial landmarks, which will be based on facial action coding systems and facial musculature. And the main goal was to create a data set which will cover almost like all the possible breeds and dogs of different appearances, because the models, the landmark tracking models, should work on pugs and on Labradors, for example. So we have created such a data set with more than 3,000 images, and using this data set, which covers a lot of different looking dogs, it was possible to create and train models for landmark tracking and to proceed videos. And this is a great result. And the question may arise. So we already have like a lot of landmark detection models, but like what is the reason behind like creating new data set and new models for that? And the answer is the accuracy. So the problem which we face here is that we need to track a lot of landmarks on different looking dogs. And here is my favorite video with absolutely black dog, which is like a lot of details here are not distinguishable even for a human annotator, but the model trained on like 3,000 images. The model was presented last year. It is able to track all those 46 facial landmarks, and it works pretty great. So, but the main goal and main idea behind those landmarks is not just to track movements. It would be very simple because everybody can track movements. So the key idea behind those landmarks is like the applications behind them. So using those like the complete system of landmarks, anatomy based, we can try to translate animal inner states into something that we can read and quantify. So first of all, the most simple application is just to track movements. As I said, you can do statistical analysis on poses, on like whatever. So you can try to see the differences in the movements and stuff. But the most interesting part is applying machine learning to something that we can understand and interpret. So
George, we lost you. We can't hear you anymore. And also, you probably need to wrap up soon. We don't have time. We have to.
Yep, I understand. Okay, yeah, once. No. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you now.
Sure. Okay, so yeah, okay. So basically, I will finish soon. So yeah, the main idea of this data set and everything we do is to help animal scientists to quantify animals' inner state without intrusions, just by looking at them and using time series obtained from landmarks. We can actually classify animals' inner states and pain and their emotions. And that's my main point. Thank you.
Thanks. We probably need to move on to the next talk. And if you have questions, maybe you can post on the Zoom chat.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Malika. Are you online?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you want to share your
Yeah.
screen? Okay.
Yeah. Mm. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see that. Oops.
Give me a second. Okay. All good?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Malikan Saratnag. I'm from the Department of Data Science and AI at Monash University, Australia. So I will now present our research on motion-based video compression for resource-constrained camera traps. So first, I'll briefly present the motivation behind this research. So wildlife monitoring with video camera traps can capture more information on animal behavior compared to still image-based camera traps. However, the issue is video-based camera traps generate large amount of data requiring a lot of storage and high bandwidth connections for transfer. So in this research, we propose a motion-based compression algorithm to reduce the storage and transmission requirements. And for this experiments, we use insect monitoring as a case study to evaluate the methods. So I'll now briefly present our algorithm. So this is called EcoMotion zip, and it's available on GitHub. Also, we are continually improving this software. So this compression algorithm consists of 3 components implemented on 3 separate threads. So the reader component, which is the first one, reads recorded videos or camera feed and transfer the individual frames for the motion analysis component. Next, the motion analysis component then downscale and grayscale these frames and analyze them to detect any motion recorded on frames by calculating absolute differences between adjacent frames. And the resultant frames is then converted to binary mask and evaluated to see whether there are movement. So if there is no movement, the binary mask is discarded along with the full resolution image, the corresponding full resolution image. And if there is any movement recorded, we upscale the mask and add it to the full resolution image to get a frame with motion region. So in addition to this, in fixed intervals, we recorded the full frame of the video to record changes in the environment for post behavioral analysis. And sorry?
Sorry, Malika, I think the connection is not very stable. It's probably from our side. Instead, can I just play your video? Sorry for that. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. No worries.
Thank you.
Converted to a binary mask. If there's no motion recorded in the frame, the binary image is then discarded with corresponding full resolution image. And if there is any motion recorded, we upscale the mask and add it into the full resolution image to get a frame with motion region. In addition to this, a full resolution frame of the video will be recorded in fixed intervals to record any changes in the environment. Finally, these frames are recorded into a video file together with a CSV file containing frame and motion information. We tested our algorithm on 4 diverse insect monitoring datasets. These datasets contain multiple video files in each and covered almost all the current applications of camera traps on insect monitoring.
Also, these videos were recorded using a range of methods such as motion triggered, time-lapse, and continuous recording. So here are the results. We conducted all the processing on Raspberry Pi microcomputer for this testing. We were able to achieve a file size reduction of 84% on average and 71% minimum. One important factor to note is in the dataset like Van der Waart et al. The file size reduction was around 89%, even though the number of recorded frames were only reduced by 2%. So this is one advantage of the proposed method. Next, we wanted to test how well the compression algorithm retained the information in the videos. For this test, we used the Ratnaik et al. Dataset, which had the highest compression rate of 97. We used this test dataset because it has the highest probability of losing key information due to the highest compression rate. We observed the videos manually and processed them automatically for this experiment. In the manual observation of compressed videos, we recorded more circuit flights, mods, and wasps than the raw video numbers which were published with the dataset. We believe the reason for this is that the compressed videos simplify the manual observations by highlighting the key parts of the image, reducing the user-observer fatigue. Then we use Polytrack outdoor insect tracking software to track insects in compressed videos. It was able to extract insect flight paths reasonably well from the compressed videos, and we believe this can be further improved through better training of the deep learning model and by integrating the frame data recorded in the CSV file into the tracking process itself. Thank you very much for listening, and if you have any questions, I am happy to answer them. Thank you.
Is there any question? Maybe time for one question. Yes.
You see the video is flickering. Can the author explain what's going on when it's flickering?
Yes, the question is, can you explain a little bit what is flickering in the video visualizations? Malika, are you there?
Yeah, so I think the flickering issue, the flickering, effect is because like we recorded full frames in like fixed intervals just to get idea of the environment. So that full image shows as a flicker in the final video. So I think that's the one you're referring to.
Okay, I'm also not fully understand, but maybe can we follow up offline? Like if you—
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. And thanks everyone. This concludes the first session of the afternoon talks, and we're gonna resume. We're gonna have a coffee break until 3:45. So we're gonna resume the afternoon session at 3:45. And I believe coffee will be served upstairs in the poster sessions, so that you don't have to run back to the other building.
Hello, hello. Yes. I think it works now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be some. So earlier work such as this one where Sylvia Jiffy and others, they use these some animal toys, some example scans from animal toys to actually have some nice 3D scans from these animal toys to train a simple parametric shape model called small model. As you can see from this right side, despite being trained on animal toys, it has still some good expressivity that can capture some nice variations in animal shapes, as shown in the right side figure here. And more surprisingly, I'm quite blown away when I saw this work from Sylvia Ziffy and her teams that like, yeah, they somehow managed to able to get horses inside a 3D scanner to get some nice 3D scans of horses. And I think they are going to present this work at the CVPR called VAREN, very accurate and realistic equine network. And they are also able to collect some nice 3D animal pose data sets with mocap markers in the wild for horses kind of thing. I can only imagine how much work this would have been to actually get all the horses into scanning rooms and stuff. And yeah, so it's kind of like quite painstaking, but it's great, great effort to actually see this. And so it's very difficult to generalize this to a lot of animals, right? I think it's very difficult to get some more animals in the wild into the scanners and stuff. So my research is mostly on like, can we actually learn 3D shapes of animals without explicit supervision or parametric animal models, explicit parametric animal models. So one of our key observations is that like there are several animal image collections that are readily available over the internet. There are like, for instance, there are at least two types of image collections. One is this category image collections like zebras, or zebra or some other animals. Let's say if you type zebra in some image search platform, you will get a lot of images of zebras for free, or some lion or elephants or any other animal things. On the other hand, there are also several instance image collections, like these personal photo collections of pets. Like let's say if you have a cat or a dog or something, we have several photos of those specific instance of that animal. So the main research direction is that like how to automatically obtain 3D animals from these such casual image collections, either internet image collections or just personal photo collections in a self-supervised manner without any ground truth supervision, because none of these images are annotated with key points or anything. So there's quite several challenges to it. Here I'm showing an exemplified by this animal collection of horses. Let's say if you type horse on a, let's say some image search, we get some quite diverse set of horses like this. So how can we do a 3D reconstruction of horses from such image collections? There are several set of challenges. These image collections are usually quite sparse. There are 5 to 50 images at most, and they're like unknown camera poses and intrinsics, because each of these images are taken by different cameras, and they're also varying illuminations and backgrounds because they are taken in different settings and different backgrounds and stuff. And there are several animal variations across images. Example, these horses with different textures. And there are also these articulations and deformations of these animals. So most of the challenges makes it quite challenging to address this. So in this talk, I will talk about two sets of works. On one set of works, I will talk about articulated shape discovery from such internet image collections in the wild. And in the second part, I will talk about some personalizing 2D and 3D generations with instance image collections, like these small image collections of dogs or cats. So this first set of works is called, we call them Lassie, High Lassie and Arctic 3D. They are mostly led by Chun Han Yao, who is a full-time researcher in my team at Stability AI. So the first work in this series is called Lassie, Learning Articulated Shapes from Sparse Image Ensemble via 3D Part Discovery. Here the goal is, given such an internet image collections, let's like those horses image collections, like let's say 10 to 30 in the wild images of animal class. And we want to automatically estimate their deformable shape, their pose articulations, camera viewpoints, etc. from that. And we do not assume any predefined shape models, per image annotations, or any temporal informations. So several prior informations rely on statistical shape models, human annotations, or temporal correspondences in videos. So one of our key insights in this work is that like instead of trying to reconstruct entire animals in one go from these images, so we try to optimize, we try to discover parts. We try to model animals as a combination of parts. So why do you want to reconstruct 3D parts instead of animal as a whole? Because they usually have a simple convex geometry. So we can add a lot of priors on how the animal parts looks like. And they usually have some rigid motion. There is no articulation within a part usually. And there's also a lot of, given let's say 10 images of zebras or lions, usually the part shapes are relatively common across all of these animal images kind of thing. So there is a lot of semantic consistency across instances, articulation, and viewpoints for parts. So we mostly do this as a self-supervised part discovery task where we try to discover 3D shape and 3D shape of the parts. And 3D shape and part annotations are hard to obtain. So we mostly propose techniques to discover parts by learning to reconstruct. So we do not use any ground truth annotations for this. So next I will briefly explain our forward image generation process and how we optimize these for a given image collection. For this, we assume some base skeleton is given. So we assume a resting pose skeleton, which is shown on the bottom left side. We use the same skeleton for all the quadruped animals thing. And then we actually rotate and scale them to actually get some canonical articulation in that resting canonical pose. And then we use the camera we actually transform the skeleton into this camera space by using this camera matrix pi to get camera space articulations. And then what we do is that like we learn a primitive part MLPs that takes points on a unit sphere, and then they deform it into that particular part. Let's say if we have 12 bones and we have this 12 ml, and each of these 12 parts are represented by this MLP, this primitive part MLPs. These primitive part MLPs mostly represent like very ellipsoid and basic, very basic primitive shapes. And then we further learn a part MLPs that then deforms these into actual parts for those animals. And then we actually call these neural part surfaces, these representation. And then we do this for all the images in an image collection. Like so for all the images in the image collection, we assume that like all the images have same set of parts. So we assume same part MLP for all the images in a collection. Nothing. This is somewhat a hard constraint, but it's also very under constrained problem. And what we do is that like, since we don't have any ground truth supervision for this, so we make use of dyno features to actually supervise this in a self-supervised fashion. So we observe that like we take dyno features and actually cluster them using some simple k-means clustering across all the images in a given image collection. So we find that like each of these clusters in dyno features roughly corresponds to an animal part kind of thing. So we use those dyno feature clusters to supervise where should this part go on these images. And then once we have these animal parts, and then we actually sample textures directly from input images from these estimated camera poses for each image, and also articulation for each image. Just as a recap, these primitive part MLPs are shared across all the images, but we also optimize per image camera poses and per image animal articulations. So here are some sample results and the comparison with state-of-the-art works at that time. These are the results on, let's say, a couple of zebra images and a couple of horse images. As you can see, yeah, we get quite decent results, yeah, compared to existing works that make use of these parametric models, like these 3D Safari or ACSL. And since we do this part reasoning, we can also the transfer motion from one animal to another of thing. Yeah, for instance, we actually fit these lassie parts onto this camel, and we actually transfer those parts to other animals like zebra or other things. Since all of these share, since all the quadrupeds share same skeleton, we can actually easily transfer the motion. So the summary for this paper is one of the first methods for self-supervised articulated reconstruction from image collections in the wild. Our key insight is to decompose the shape into 3D parts and regularize them to be close to convex shapes. And there are still several limitations. It requires some predefined skeleton, and we also assume same shape across all instances in a collection, which is a very strong constraints. That actually helps in learning, but it also gives very rough shapes for these animals. And we also assume very clean input images. For example, if you see all of these input images, they don't have any occlusions or truncations, or they are not that noisy. They are actually entire animal is visible in those images. So we try to address some of these limitations in the follow-up work called HiLASI, High Fidelity Articulated Shape and Skeleton Discovery from Sparse Image Ensemble. And in this HiLASI, the compared to previous work, LASI, we also do not assume any skeleton template. So we also automatically discover skeletons from these image collections. And another key difference is that like we also do per instance shape optimization now. In the previous work, LASI, we assume all the images in a collection have the same shape. Let's say if you have 10 zebras, but the output is only one zebra. Okay. But now we have this per instance optimization of shapes. This way we can get higher quality 3D shapes for these animals. So for this 3D skeleton discovery, I'm not going to much details here, but I will give a rough intuition. Here again, we use Dino VIT features for this. From these Dino VIT clusters, we get some rough part locations. And from these part locations, we actually create a graph. And from this graph, we actually uplift this 2D graph into 3D graph to get these 3D skeletons, automatic 3D skeletons from these images. So here are some sample discovered skeletons for different animal categories for these images. Okay? And we make use of these skeletons to do further shape reconstruction. So just like previous LASI work, we have we actually start with a 3D skeleton and we articulate, and then we actually transform them into camera space. And we have the shared part MLPs, just like in LASI work. But on top of that, we actually add instance part MLPs. So where these instance part MLPs, so for each instance, let's say if you have 10 zebras, these instance part MLPs are different for different zebras. So we actually use these positional encodings to divide the work between shared part MLPs and instance part MLPs. Shared part MLPs takes low frequencies positional encodings so that they can only encode some very rough shape of a part, which is shared across all the animals. And this instance part MLPs takes high frequency positional encodings, and then that can model high frequency details for these parts, which could be different across different instances. And also, unlike LASI work, we also have these feature MLPs here, where we also try to predict dino features at each location on this animal kind of thing. And then we directly supervise these dino features in this work. And here we again do not model texture separately. We directly sample texture from input images once we have these reconstructed shapes. So here are some sample comparisons between LASI and HiLASI. As you can see, the LASI with the shapes are quite coarse because the shapes are shared across all the instances. And with HiLASI, we get a bit more details of ears and all the texture details as well. And here are some of the part discovery comparisons between LASI and HiLASI. As you can see, with HiLASI, we can get a more detailed part shapes and more meaningful parts as well. For HiLASI summary, the main innovations are like we do automatic skeleton discovery with dino features, and we have these instance specific shapes with frequency decomposed neural parts. And still there is a key limitation here is that like we still assume there are several all the input images are clean. There are no occlusions or truncations or anything. So we try to address this limitation in the follow-up work called Arctic 3D. which is learning robust articulated 3D shapes from noisy web image collections. So usually when we type zebra in an image search, we get also a lot of noisy images as well, because they're usually a lot of animals are usually occluded by plants and trees, and usually we don't see the complete animal in the images. So here we would like to get 3D shapes even when given such noisy web image collections. So yeah, solving this problem is highly under constraint because we do not assume any ground truth supervision. So we make use of recent advances in image generative models. For example, Stable Diffusion. They have a lot of priors on how these animals look like from different views. So we make use of this popular loss function called SDS loss, score distillation loss function, that backprops gradients through the image generator, and we can backprop through it, and then we can actually optimize the 3D shapes. So here we find that like standard score distillation sampling loss, because it backprops the gradients through encoder for the Stable Diffusion model. For Stable Diffusion model, it is a latent diffusion model. We usually get noisy gradients, and it also has some high computation costs. Here on the right side, I'm showing a result after one step of SDS loss. As you can see, there are actually a lot of noise added to the image after this one step of SDS loss. So as a remedy, we propose an improvement over SDS loss, especially for Stable Diffusion, which we call decoder-based accumulative score sampling. So instead of backpropping the gradients through the encoder, so we actually accumulate the gradients in this latent space and then decoded the resulting latent to get an image target. And then we actually obtain a gradient with respect to this image target. So we find this DAS loss has low memory consumption, and it's faster, and it's also have a cleaner gradients. Yes. So on this right side, I'm showing a sample image, and after one step of DAS loss, as you can see that the image is much more cleaner. So we actually use this DAS loss first for a given set of input images for input pre-processing as well. So given an input that is actually noisy and truncated, we first try to get the full animal by using this DAS loss to actually, let's say, if they are missing legs, we fill the legs. And from this, we also get some clean dino features and masks. And then we also use this DAS loss in this optimization framework that I proposed earlier in the HiLASI framework. Just like HiLASI, we have these part MLPs to actually produce these part shapes. In addition, here also we also model texture maps for each of the parts, and then we use differentiable rendering to actually use both sets of loss function, the previous HiLASI losses from HiLASI, and as well as this DAS loss using Stable Diffusion. So using these both loss functions, we can get quite good results even on these noisy web image collections. So here are some sample comparisons between HiLASI and Arctic 3D. As you can see, HiLASI, we get still some artifacts, especially on textures. Since in Arctic 3D, we also model textures separately, we get quite good textures and as well as quite good shapes. And in addition, I'm not going to details here, but in this work, we also propose techniques to also do some animation fine-tuning. By using Stable Diffusion, we also create some animation videos. For example, since we model these rigid parts, we do not model skinning weights or other things in this work. So rigid articulation has introduced a lot of artifacts between the parts, as shown in the top row. And we also propose some techniques where we use Stable Diffusion itself to propose to actually create these nice animation videos, which are more smooth. In summary, in Arctic 3D, we propose many techniques to deal with noisy web image collections. And where the key innovation is, we propose DAS modules for effective use of generative priors in Stable Diffusion. And in the next part of talk, I will briefly talk about some works where we can personalize, where we get personalized 3D generations with instance image collections, mostly the Dreamboot 3D work. So we actually proposed this work a few years back, which is called Dreamboot, where we show that like using some small set of exemplar images, like input subject images like this, we can actually fine-tune text-to-image models very easily for subject-driven generation, just with a simple fine-tuning of stable diffusion, and we can incorporate the subject prior into this model, and we can generate images of the subject in quite different contexts and settings. And we want to also do this for 3D, which we call Dreambooth 3D. So given a set of such 3 to 6 casual captures of a dog or a cat or some other object, and given a text prompt, we want to create a 3D nerf model out of it. So there is this popular work called Dream Fusion, where they make use of this score, where it also introduced this score distillation sampling loss, where they actually propose these techniques for text to 3D generation with text to image models kind of thing. So they get nice set of results where we can use where we can prompt these text to image models and then backprop the loss function, this SDS loss, into these nerf models to actually get some nice, very good 3D generations from text. So one could actually naively combine Dreambooth plus Dream Fusion. Like for example, I can take these few of these images and first train a Dreambooth model, and then use SDS loss on top of Dreambooth on this using this Dream Fusion optimization. But this naive strategy did not work. Actually, we find that this Dreambooth model overfits onto these particular viewpoints of animals on these input images, and this Dream Fusion cannot generate a 3D consistent views. So as a remedy in Dreambooth 3D, we propose a 3-stage optimization pipeline. In the first stage, instead of completely training Dreambooth, we actually do the partial training of Dreambooth with only a few hundred iterations. And that way we can still assure that this Dreambooth model still has these 3D generation capabilities. I mean, there's this entire that it can generate animal from multiple viewpoints. And by using this partial Dreambooth, we actually get an initial nerf model using this Dream Fusion strategy of SDS loss. And this initial nerf model does not exactly look like the subject, but it can have a good 3D consistency. And from this initial nerf model, we actually do multi-view nerf renders of this. And from these multi-view nerf renders, we do image-to-image translation like stable diffusion edit or some SD edit like technique to actually transfer this multi-view nerf renders into more like subject-looking images. So we call them pseudo multi-view subject images. So once we have these multi-view subject images, we train another Dreambooth model, which we call multi-view Dreambooth. So this time, since we have views of the subject from all the views, from these different views, so we have a more coverage, and this Dreambooth model and using SDS loss on this multi-view Dreambooth model can give more coherent 3D nerf model, as well as while looking very closely resembling the subject, the given subject. So one of the nice things with this is that, like, since this Dreambooth 3D takes both input exemplars and text as input, we can easily recontextualize. And yeah, for example, for this input exemplars, we can ask for it to actually generate this dog with a green umbrella, and we can get a 3D model of this dog with the 3D umbrella. And we can also visualize this dog as made of glass or made of stone statue, just with a simple text prompt. And also we can do some non-trivial pose changes just with a simple text prompt changes, like, given these exemplar images, we can actually generate sleeping dogs or jumping dogs in 3D, even though none of the input images have sleeping or jumping dogs. So in summary, we propose in Dreambooth 3D, we propose novel and effective 3-stage optimization scheme to generate 3D objects from just a 3 to 6 exemplar images. And we have very high subject fidelity. And we have a versatile text-based 3D recontextualization and generations. That's actually mostly about those works. And I would, how much time? Yeah. So in the next 2-3 minutes, I will just briefly mention some of the recent progress we had in my team for the generative 3D technologies. There have been a lot of great progress in generative 3D technologies in the past 1 year, and they're also quite relevant for animals as well, even though they are not animal-specific techniques, because one could they actually provide a lot of prior on animals, and we can easily adapt them for animal use cases as well. So here I will briefly mention some of the works in my team, but they are not exhaustive, and they're actually a lot of other works as well. And most of these works in my team are open source, so you can actually play with them. So this first work is TripoSR, fast 3D object generation from single image, and where actually we can generate a 3D mesh from a single image in less than 0.5 seconds. It takes single image as input and outputs a 3D model of that. And it is on this right. So on this top left, we're actually comparing our TripoSR 3D reconstruction results with OpenLRM, which is one of the open source models at the time, and we get much better 3D reconstruction results. And on the bottom right, we are showing a plot. On the y-axis, we show 3D reconstruction accuracy. On x-axis is the inference time. We want to be on the top left bottom of this. We want to be on the top left corner of this plot because we want to be fast while being highly accurate. As you can see from this plot, this TripoSR is one of the best and fastest 3D generative models among open source. Another model we released is called Stable 0123. It is an input training of 0123 model, which is this camera pose condition stable diffusion. It takes a input image, it takes a single image as input and also a camera pose, and it outputs these novel views of that subject in that image. And with our internal training of Stable 0123, we observe considerably better results than 0123 and 0123 XL, which are the state of the arts at that time. And here are some sample results. From these results, you can see Stable 0123 has much more consistent and 3D consistent results. And this model is also open source, and feel free to play with it. And more recently, we also released a video version for this, where we call it Stable Video 3D. Instead of using Stable Diffusion model, we use Stable Video Diffusion model. And instead of taking a single camera pose as input, it takes this camera pose trajectory as input and outputs a multi-view videos of that object or subject in that input image. So since we use Stable Video Diffusion, which has a very good temporal priors, we see that it works. It has very good unprecedented multi-view consistency compared to prior work such as 0123 XL or even our prior work of Stable 0123. We can get much better novel view synthesis results. Yeah, that in summary for this talk, it's difficult to scan animals in lab settings and to obtain statistical models. So we rely mostly on self-supervised techniques on image collections that provide good results. And also the new generative 3D techniques hold a lot of promise and we can adapt them to animals. And right now we are focusing mostly on 3D shape and textures, and we want to further improve the reconstruction quality with fine details. And we want to go beyond simple shape and textures with modeling physics, rigging, etc. Yeah, thanks.
I think we have time for 2 questions. Any question from the audience?
Statistical models. If it would be possible to get better statistical models for animals similar to humans, would that be the path to go in? Or like have you tried your method on human 3D reconstruction and photo connection, for instance?
Yeah, so for those on Zoom, the question is that like, have we tried our methods on like humans? So we haven't tried methods on humans because these humans, they are actually quite good statistical models. So it's very difficult to beat those or surpass those things. Having self-supervised techniques on top may not add too much things on top because they're actually working extremely well. For animals, of course, yeah, if they're very good statistical models on top, actually, like for example, is works from CV4Animals and others where we have very good statistical model for horses. If we can actually have similar models for other animals, that would be quite useful. Yeah.
Okay, when you create this 3D animals like zebras and other animals, are the sizes are comparable? Like, if you get one very big one, one very small one.
Yeah, so the question is that like, let's say if we have different zebras of different sizes, how do we deal with that and stuff? Yeah, it is actually possible because some of the zebras can be baby zebras, some of the zebras can be fully grown zebras.
And shape right? So you can have a baby zebra that is a lot bigger than an adult one.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the kind of issues we faced in Lassie, where we assume the shape is common across all the zebras, kind of thing. So we find some average shape, kind of thing, depending on how many baby zebras and how many big zebras are there. So we try to address this in high Lassie with having some per instance optimizations to some extent. But we did not use any priors on like how this shape is varying.
I guess let's thank the speaker again and move on to the next section.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Yes. Maybe. Yeah.
Thank you first for having me here. So I'm talking today about our joint work with collaborative work with biologists from TU Berlin, from the Leibniz Institute Freshwater Ecology and Fishland Fisheries. I myself was and am part of Science of Intelligence, now in Lehre. So why is animal behavior like challenging for computer vision, or it raises basically a lot of difficulties. So I've worked before also on segmentation of camouflaged animals that are moving. Here, optical flow was a strong cue to analyze and detect the movement. This work is actually quite different. It is working on tracking the fish swarm, which was recorded by a drone. And here you can see that the drone is moving, the water is moving, and the fish swarm is moving, which makes basically cues like optical flow, which has been used previously, not anymore that easily possible. So one question is, how do the collective formations of the fish school change and also adapt during the attack? So you can see here, like highly dynamics of this fish school that are exhibited during attack. Another question, for example, is how does the collective mobility of a fish school impact the chances of the survival? So here you can see the 3 times speed up of a bigger fish school, and in orange the 3D trajectory, how this swarm is basically moving in the real world. So to solve this problem, we have proposed here in this workshop a novel model, which is based on the particle filter. If you don't know it, it's a Bayesian filter, which includes a motion model and an update model. And we aim at tracking a state, and the state is here the position of the swarm on the image plane. So these are X and Y coordinates. So I will now go closely into the motion model and then into the measurement model, just very briefly. So the motion model is basically nothing else than, given the current position of the swarm, where will the swarm will be in the next frame? So given the drone's motion, we have access to the GPS data and the IMU data of the drone. We can predict where the swarm will be in the next frame. Assuming here just the swarm is stationary, we can basically compensate for the drone's movement. Then for our update step, so when we would like to confirm that our prediction was right, for that we trained just a simple object segmentation model to detect these swarms. And you will later see in the results, I think, cool thing is that just very, very few examples are needed to come up with a robust tracking algorithm. So just the same thing, not in pictures, in equations. So we basically estimate the probability of a state, like the position of the swarm, given the previous position and some action, which is the drone motion. This is our motion step. Then our update step includes basically the probability of the observation, OT, given also the current state, which is the position of the video. So then just again, in summary, so this basically gives us a nice trajectory, but still in 2D, and we would like to do this in 3D. I'm not going too much in detail here, but basically given the GPS data and the IMU data of the camera, we can localize the camera in 3D, and then given that, reconstruct the 3D position of each point in each video, so basically the position of the swarm. So here you can see that in the lighter colors, you can see the performance, the tracking performance of like DeepLab v3, which we use for our observation model. And then in the darker colors, you can see a very robust performance of our tracking, independent upon the amount of data. So on the very left, you can see we trained our observation model with 400 training examples, which is also not too much. But then we scaled it down up to just 16 of examples, which was then sufficient to robustly track also the animal behavior. And this is basically due to this recursive structure. Sometimes you can lose it and it doesn't matter. So how do we now evaluate that our 3D reconstructions are correct? We can't do this in the open ocean because we don't know the right 3D position of the swarm. So we came up with another scene on the ground. We placed markers, measured them with an RTK measurement. So we knew exact positions of each marker, flew the drone above, so I can start the video, and then aim at tracking these markers, and ideally they should be stationary in time. So we measured then the accuracy of our 3D reconstruction, which was actually fairly good, I would say up to 30 centimeters when we combine the IMU and GPS from the drone. Yeah, finally, some results of one example video. You can see here the high dynamics. This is a smaller swarm than I showed before in the example, which is chased by marlins and then splitting, and the particles are distributing also on two sides. On the lower, you can see the 3D trajectory that we extract. Thank you very much. The last slide is boring. It's just thank you. So I keep it here.
We have time for 2 questions from the audience. Please shout out. Many questions.
Yeah, so how do you model each fish as
No.
as one particle? No.
No, it's a particle filter. So we just, the particles are sampled randomly according to the segmentation mask that we estimated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So they are.
But this is something that also my collaborators are very interested in it. I just discussed during the poster session how one could maybe track individuals.
Really nice.
Yeah.
One more question.
As the noise produced by the drone affect the fish behavior?
The noise, I don't know. I don't hope not. So it's about 30 meters above the ocean. So, and I was told by the biologist that it's actually a very nice strategy because it does not interfere much. What is more interfering is that the biologists go out with a boat and then the boat is producing more. So you can get rid of the boat as much as you have this drone connection. Yeah.
Okay, let's next speaker, please. Let's save the question for like offline.
Yep.
Please find Paya if you have any more questions.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Updated email last night. I should have updated that.
All right. I think you have to go to that. Yeah. Oops. That's there. So you can.
Okay, you won't be visible here.
No, I think. Can
Okay.
you?
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Let's go. So, hello everyone. My name is Vardhan Pahuja, and I'm from the Ohio State University. Hello everyone. My name is Vardhan, and I'm a PhD student at the Ohio State University. So I'm here to present my work titled "Bringing Back the Context: Camera Trap Species Identification as Link Prediction on Multimodal Knowledge Graphs." So this work is in collaboration with the ICICL, which is a NSF-funded AI institute. So I think most of us are already familiar with the setup in camera traps. Camera trap species identification is replete with several challenges. So I'd outline them here. So animals are not always salient. The illumination may be low. There is often motion blur. The region of interest can be very minor. There can be occlusion by bushes, rocks, natural vegetation. And also sometimes these animals exhibit camouflage and it decreases their saliency in the natural habitat. And to add to that, sometimes the perspective may be imperfect, resulting in partial views of the body. So to deal with all of these challenges, basically diminish the effectiveness of the camera trap setup when deployed to novel locations. So in this example, we can see that like there have been data sets specifically constructed to test the out of distribution generalization ability of these species classification models. And we see that several baselines struggle to perform well to novel locations. And this necessitates the development of robust approaches which can generalize well to novel locations and novel locations of camera tab deployments. And basically this is where our work comes into picture. So we try to utilize the multimodal heterogeneous context associated with the images in order to improve their out of distribution generalization. So the first kind of context that we try to utilize is the taxonomical context. So we utilize the phylogenetic taxonomy from Open Tree of Life for as the taxonomy. And also we consider a bunch of like metadata or contextual information, and we organize all of them into a multimodal knowledge graph. So basically, in order to do species identification, we reformulate the problem of species classification as link prediction in a multimodal knowledge graph. We will see shortly how that happens. So at the very base level, you have all these animal images which are connected to their respective species labels. And gradually we can add the metadata which is associated with these images. Like for example, we have the metadata for where an animal image was taken and the corresponding timestamp. So we add this spatiotemporal data. And also we add the taxonomy. So this is obtained from Open Tree of Life. This contains like things like genus, family, order, and some other finer categorizations. So basically this multimodal KG consists of entities which are belonging to different types. So this can include categorical entities which are like species labels, taxons. And for each of these heterogeneous entity types, we have different encoders in order to obtain dense representations for them. Like for categorical entities, we have an entity lookup table. And for visual entities like images, we have CNN or vision transformer. And for numerical entities like the location, GPS coordinates, and the timestamp, we have an MLP kind of encoder to project them into a dense representation. So putting it all together, this is how the multimodal KG will look like. And we feed it into a KG embedding model. So basically, to give you a background on KG embeddings, KG embedding models try to capture the symbolic information which is present in a knowledge graph into they basically try to use vector spaces in order to capture the symbolic information present in a knowledge graph. So we basically try to optimize the KG embedding model's objective using all of the edges which are present in the multimodal knowledge graph, and we'll see how that can be used to do species classification. So the task is basically to predict the species label given that image. So basically we try to reformulate it as a link prediction or a KG embedding style query. So in this case, the head entity is the image given, and it is an instance of a particular unknown species, and we feed it to our KG embedding model, and it can give us the rank distribution over the set of candidate species. So in order to train this model, we have several kinds of objectives. The first one is like for categorical entities like species labels and taxons, we use the multi-class classification cross entropy objective. And for numerical attributes, we try to use the binary cross entropy, and we formulate it as a multi-class, multi-label classification problem. So this is because animals can be observed at several locations and at possibly several timestamps. So we formulate it as a multi-label classification problem. And then we try to sequentially minimize the objective on each set of triple types. And that is how we train our model. So coming to the results, we see that by using such a framework to reformulate species classification, and we do obtain a boost in the performance compared to not using any context. So you can see that compared to the baseline, which doesn't use any context, we obtain a better performance with using the 3 different types of context like taxonomy, location, and time. And further, we try to like add multiple contexts instead of just a single one. And using, for example, that Cosmo, our framework name, with taxonomy, and then adding location and time to it, we see a further boost in the performance in a majority of cases. And also, this is another example with Cosmo time as the baseline and adding multiple contexts to it. Also, we try to do some analysis into why these spatiotemporal data can be like an indicator for the species distribution. So what we do is we try to like for the location attribute, we try to like do some clustering of the location coordinates and for the training as well as the validation set examples, and then we try to measure the distance between the respective distributions. So the measure of distance between the distributions is some measure known as Bhattacharya distance. And lower the distance means darker the color. And we see that like for both location and time, we see that the correlation peaks along the diagonal, which gives us a positive indication that these metadata can provide a prior for the species class distribution. So to take away, We try to reformulate species classification as link prediction in a multimodal knowledge graph. And this provides a unified way to incorporate different heterogeneous contexts for this task of species classification. Also, we demonstrate superior out-of-distribution generalization, and we obtain competitive performance with the state of the art. So our code and paper are available online. Thanks a lot for your attention.
I think we have time for one quick question. Any question from the audience?
I think it's interesting that you could combine multiple contexts that include performance. Do you think you could use this model to interpret what kind of species shows up at different times with sparse data sets?
Sure. So basically, the question is how can this model be used to predict what species is likely to be present at a particular time, right? Right. Yeah. That's an interesting problem. So basically, like going back to this illustration, like we are given this image and we are trying to predict the distribution over species labels. So in your case, the link prediction query can be formulated as given a particular timestamp, try to predict the species distribution. I think that's an interesting possibility. So the training data set will have to accommodate that sort of labels in order for that model to predict that distribution. Thanks.
Next speaker, please come to the stage. Thank you.
I could also pull up my laptop if need be.
I have the links. It's this one, right?
Great, yes, that's it.
Okay, there we go.
How do I move it? Okay. Great. Well, hello. Hi, my name is Peter Kulitz. I'm a PhD student at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems in Tübingen, Germany. My research focuses on understanding language models and their ability to perceive and reason about the physical world. Today, I'll be talking about 3D reconstruction of animals and their natural habitat. Ethology is the study of animal behavior. Computational ethology applies computational methods to model behavior. But what makes a system to model behavior? In Anderson and Perona's vision of a computational ethology, animals are detected from visual input, and their pose is estimated. Tracks are formed by associating detections over time, and classifiers are trained to localize actions, which are then used to understand interactions between behaviors. I focus on the first part, state representation and inferring parameters from visual input. A number of representations of varying degrees of granularity have been employed for modeling animal pose. Centroids, being a single dot, are the most coarse. Ellipsoids add an additional degree of orientation, and both are naturally extended to multiple individuals. However, these representations fail to capture articulation of limbs or appendages, making them unsuitable for recognizing or representing some behaviors. 2D and 3D landmark representations are a natural continuation. When employed in a laboratory environment, these representations contain a fair bit of information. However, to analyze animals in situ, when one cannot assume that the camera is fixed or that they know the bounds of the environment, these representations tell part of the story, but much information is lost. Dense 3D correspondences, like triangular meshes, contain more information, but they don't tell the whole story. Much work has been done on reconstructing animals in the wild. Many challenges remain, but importantly, All prior work is focused on the animal, disregarding the greater scene context, an animal floating in a void. We ask, what if it were possible to take a picture of an animal in its natural environment and reconstruct not just the animal, but the world around it? An animal and the trees, the bushes, and the boulders. To reconstruct an animal grounded in its environment, like a child's diorama. To continue this progression, that is our goal. But how can we actually go about this? Procedural graphics represents 3D scenes as code. Inverse procedural graphics is the task of inferring graphics code from images, code that can be used to reproduce and observe 3D scene in a traditional graphics engine. But in what language can we represent natural scenes? Infinigen is a procedural data generation project aimed at producing synthetic naturalistic 3D scenes. In addition to generating terrain, the scenes are composed of a diverse array of procedural 3D assets. Assets defined as code. We define a scene grammar of sorts in terms of these assets, a language for representing natural scenes. Yet this task is still very ill-defined. There are many possible 3D scenes that could produce any given image. To make this more tractable, I build off a prior work of mine to leverage the broad world knowledge encoded in large language models. Using image code pairs trained or produced from Infinigen, I fine-tune a language model to, given an image, produce code. Image in, graphics code out. Training on just synthetic data, the LLM learns to disentangle images into 3D scene representations of animals and the wild. This is part of a broader goal of my PhD, to take a picture of the world and infer graphics code, to represent the world as code. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Please shout out.
When will the paper be available?
The data, say sometime in July.
I have a more philosophical question. Do you think we can represent animals with codes?
Why not? The current representations we have are quite limited in their expressivity, but moving forward, I don't see anything philosophically that can hold us back.
Or maybe probabilistic programming tools.
Yeah, they're just structured representations of data. Thank you.
Thanks for the cool presentation. Next speaker, please come onto the stage.
Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Dor Litvak, and I will be presenting today my work together with my amazing collaborators, Punimation. Punimation is a new method for learning a generative model of articulated 3D animals from a collection of raw, unlabeled internet videos. Our method does not rely on any explicit pose annotations or parametric shape models, so no key point, no templates. To train Punimation, we have collected a diverse subset of motion videos from the internet captured in the wild. So we wanted as many videos as possible, as diverse as we could collect. And I know, despite the name, less ponies. So we have collected more than 640 horses videos, as well as 3 other quadrupeds, total of more than 82,000 frames. To train the model, given a video clip, we encode the RGB sequences into a single latent code in the motion VAE latent space. We can take this code and decode it into a pose sequence of articulated 3D poses, so moving bones. Once we have those pose sequences, we can combine them together with a single image reconstruction model. So we are putting life into the bones, and using a feature field, texture, and 3D shape, we can render those 3D horses back to RGB images. Using simply 2D reconstruction losses, we can compare those object masks, RGB frames, and self-supervised dyno features to train this model. This way, we train the whole pipeline end-to-end, and we can get the motion VAE learn the poses directly from the RGB images. Let's take a deeper look into the motion VAE after training. Once the motion VAE is trained, we can sample from its latent space and generate diverse, realistic 3D motion sequences. We observed that our motion sequences are highly diverse and span over a wide variety of motion patterns, such as eating, walking, and jumping. Once it's trained, we can apply these generated motion sequences onto any animal instance. Given a single test image, we can generate diverse 4D animation in a feed-forward manner within seconds. It is very interesting to find out that even though our model was only trained on real horses, we can generalize to abstract drawing, statues, and artifact while maintaining high-quality results. Here is a comparison of motion generation results between our model and in the top row and 4DFi in the bottom row. 4DFi take text as input and output appearance, 3D structure, and motion. While 4DFi generate great texture and geometry, their motion is not significant enough. And you can see it in the horse's legs, how they move and how do we want horses to move like. We also made a qualitative comparison of the generated 3D motion in terms of motion strength and user preference. The results confirm that our model generates more significant and expressive in both matrices. To summarize, we present Punimation, a new method for animal motion generation learned from in the wild videos. Our method is able to learn and generate motion sequences that are highly realistic and very diverse. I want to say a big thank you to my collaborators on this project. Thank you for the workshop organizers, and thank you all for listening. If you have any questions, go ahead. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now, or we can catch up later.
We have time for 2 questions. So
Okay.
Please shout it out.
Go ahead. Yes.
So what kind of animal categories does it work on?
So in this model, we have trained it on horses, cows, zebras, and giraffes. But potentially with not much data, we can train on any other animal that is a quadruped, and we can collect those motions, RGB frames on. Yeah. Yes.
How is it about the latent specification? Can you interpret, for example, gates, or is there some kind of disentanglement of it?
That is a great question. So the motion space, it is quite sparse. So I guess it's because of horses are mainly moving in the same way. So we watch a lot of videos of them walking and bending down. The motion space is relatively sparse. I guess we can train it with another component that can interpret it, such as a classifier or discriminator that will give us more dive into the motion space. Yeah.
During the training, that your videos have the same lenses or different lenses, your training videos?
How is the viewpoint? Oh, yes. So we took all our videos so we are training on batches of 16 frames, which captures relatively enough motion. During generation, we can capture, we can concat more than that with overlap. Yeah.
I think we don't have time for more questions.
Thank
Please
you.
ask offline. Next presentation. I think it's canine prior guided animatable 3D Gaussian dog reconstruction from a single image.
Hello, thank you for being here. I'm Kyung-soo Cho. Today, I am excited to present our research titled Canine Prior Guided Animatable 3D Gaussian Dog Reconstruction from a Single Image. Let's get started. The main goal of our research is to create an animatable 3D dog model from a just single image. Our input is single dog image, output is animatable and controllable 3D dog Gaussian dog. Yeah, let's talk about motivation. First, to digitize the real world, we need to reconstruct animals for creating realistic AR, VR applications. And existing methods use videos as input to perform 3D reconstruction of animals. However, acquiring and processing multi-videos can be impractical in many real-world scenarios. Yeah. First challenge is due to lack of data. Current pose estimator struggle with the backside of dogs, often leading to incorrect head direction and skewed legs. Then the primary challenge we faced in our research is the limitation of using only a single image. In prior work, researchers use multiple dogs' video as input. These videos provide numerous frames offering various angles and poses, which facilitated more accurate 3D reconstruction. In contrast, our approach relies on a single image of dog. A single image does not provide multiple viewpoints, making it harder to infer the complete 3D structure. How to overcome the challenges? To overcome these challenges, we proposed the use of canine prior as guidance, which allows us to generate canine-centric multi-images geometrically aligned with each other. Yeah, this is our overview. Our framework consists of 3 key points. First, canine prior. Canine prior is a module that predicts the SML parameters for the desired view by explicitly rotating the SML parameters of input image. Then second is canine-centric MVS. Canine-centric MVS generates multi-view images of the dog, leveraging the mask of the canine prior as a guidance for the diffusion model. Third is reliable sampling weight. Reliable sampling weight is dynamically weight the contribution of each generated sample based on its similarity to the real input image. Why we need this technique? We have only real image, and the rest of them are generated image. So to address the reliability of generative images, we introduce this technique. Yeah, let's talk about the result. We compare our method to the image to 3D generation methods. Our Doggericon generates 3D model that reflect rich shape details. And then we compare our method to animatable 3D reconstruction method. This result indicate that our method has the strength to generate realistic animatable 3D dogs even when we using a single image. Yeah. Our method can be applied to animation with pre-trained Gaussian scenes. And our method can be applied to text-to animatable 3D generation. These are additional results of various dog breeds. Thank you for your attention.
Any question from the audience? Please shout it out if you have any question.
Yeah.
All of these dogs walking, like, kind of look like they have, like, epilepsy or something. Like they're
Yeah.
Do you know, like, what are some of the things that you think you could do to try to make the gait look more appropriate to the actual dogs?
I think this animation is predicted by the input videos. So I think maybe the motion capture system. We have the motion capture system of the dogs. We solved that problem. I think. Yeah.
So you'd have to fix the motion capture.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
In my understanding, your system rely on the prediction accuracy of a bite.
Yeah.
When you input a dog image, when the dog is sitting, I think we couldn't predict their back legs very accurately. So in this situation, can your system produce a fairly good results of the avatar?
No. Actually, our input image is like the canonical image. So our method is well on this kind of image. Maybe seated image is not well on our method. Yeah. Thank you.
We have the last oral presentation, PyTorch Wildlife. The author, please come onto the stage.
So we're running a bit late. Apologize for that. And this is the last oral presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Andres Hernandez. I'm an applied research scientist at Microsoft AI for Good, and today I will be presenting PyTorch Wildlife, a collaborative deep learning framework for conservation. So right now there's an increasing amount of great projects about the use of AI for detection and classification, in which usually in detection we separate images from false positives and the ones that have animals, and then for classification we take the crops of those detections and then train a classification model. Given the increase of these models, there is a need to incorporate all of these into one single framework so everyone can easily test all of them out. So that's what we call an AI conservation framework, and we have identified three main pillars that these should have. The first one is accessibility. So an AI framework for conservation needs to be easy to install and easy to use, not only for developers, but also for people that don't have a technical background. Moreover, transparency. We refer to that as the model and the frameworks being open source. So everyone can understand what's going on behind it and how can they use these models for their own projects. And finally, scalability. If we are doing an AI conservation framework, we need the code to be modular so it is easy to incorporate many models throughout time. And taking this into account, we present PyTorch Wildlife. It is an AI framework that is going to incorporate models, pre-trained weights, datasets, and utility functions that are going to allow the users to interact easily with all of these features. Among these features, for accessibility, we have a user interface. So anyone without a technical background, and later I'm going to show you a QR code where you can test a demo, they can load the models, they can upload the data, single image or a batch image detection, and also video, and they can get results either in COCO format or in a format that is compatible with other visualization software such as time-lapse. Also, we offer a model zoo in which we will contain detection models and classification models, and we are currently working on incorporating new models to this model zoo. And finally, all the code that is available in PyTorch Wildlife is open source. So it is pip installable, it contains a modular code base, so it is easy to add new models. And we also have some utility functions that, for example, can separate data based on location, sequence, among others. Our ongoing work is we are implementing a cloud service so it can be used directly in cloud. We are increasing the amount of models that are available in the model zoo, and we're also working on compatibility for physical devices such as camera traps. We also want to expand to other tasks such as segmentation, and we're creating some video tutorials and a dedicated UI for everyone to use. And thank you so much. So the code is available in the GitHub repo that you will see there. Here's a Hugging Face demo where you can try out the user interface and you can take a picture of an animal and test it. And if you want some suggestions and you want to work closer with us so we can incorporate your model, please join us at our Discord channel. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience?
Do you have any plans to incorporate the ability for fine tuning, like if a person wants to adapt a model to their context and just have put 100 annotations, or is that out of the scope of the yet?
Yes, right now on the GitHub repo, we have another section which is called fine tuning. And there we have adapted a code that where you can easily tell the path of your data, and then all the code is ready for you to fine tune a model that is going to be easy to incorporate directly with PyTorch Wildlife because it's using the same classification models that we already have. If you want to incorporate a new classification model, the fine-tuned code also tells you how to do it. Yeah?
Great presentation. I was curious, I demoed this on the posters, and if I was a scientist who maybe came to this app and didn't have the context of what specific models were used in what cases or what went into them, how do you envision that maturing so that you can really access that user landscape?
Thank you. What we are doing right now is that we are creating some video tutorials and we are doing a revamp for the current landing page of the GitHub repo. So we can separate it if you have technical or non-technical knowledge, and then all of these video tutorials are going to help you to go step by step on how to use PyTorch Wildlife. Yeah?
What is the main advantage of PyTorch Wildlife over Hugging Face's Transformers library or the vision models that are built into PyTorch already?
So when we're doing analysis with camera traps, there are some challenges that in the utility functions we address. So sometimes you don't want to train by just splitting the data based on classes. Sometimes you want to split it based on locations, based on a time or in sequence. So we are providing a set of utility functions that have been tailored to the needs of wildlife and camera trap analysis. Yeah.
Pretty simple question, but I saw on your slides some examples for terrestrial wildlife. Is there any way to have marine life also included?
Yes, we would love to add marine wildlife. So we are currently also working on increasing the data that we are using for some of the models that are available here. So we can add a marine, either a marine data set or a marine model. Also, if someone from the audience is working on a project that involves the use of a marine data set, we would be more than happy to incorporate it into PyTorch Wildlife.
I think we don't have time for more questions. Please take it offline.
Thank you.
Do we need more chairs?
Yes.
That's
Can
great.
we steal 2 chairs from the?
Bring your chair out.
Okay.
Bring your own chair to the panel, please.
So this is the fun part. We have Sarah, who's gonna moderate the panel discussion with 4 of the keynote speakers, and we have 2 microphones here. So I guess like
maybe 4 speakers like this. Maybe
Do you
we
want to
can
stand,
move-
or-
Sure, I can stand.
Okay.
I'll move this over a little.
Okay. Pass.
Doing.
All right.
You sit. I will stand and moderate very officiously. How long is this?
45. Okay. No, it's until 45.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So get into the microphone.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
And Sylvia was not in the speaker list.
Yeah.
There's some waters here if you want.
Okay. Do any of you need a water?
Always.
Thank you. Awesome. Are we waiting? Please, Varun, sit. Oh, it's plenty of chairs. I think you can sit there, Adam, because the microphones are over there. So these are just for. Cool. Awesome. So, so this is we're, I think, planning to just talk about kind of the future of CV4Animals and sort of some of the big open questions. But I think it would be great to first start with a very quick round of intros because maybe not everyone was here during the whole day. So maybe Adam, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm Adam Harley. I'm currently a postdoc at Stanford, and the talk I presented earlier today was about tracking arbitrary things in video, and especially trying to track things at arbitrary granularity. So you can track points on objects, or parts of objects, or full objects, and our system is just trying to work in all cases equally well.
And fun trivia, we first met at one of the computer vision bird walks. So you should come to the computer vision bird walk this week. Go ahead, Varun.
Hi everyone, I'm Varun Johnson. I'm a lead researcher at Stability AI. Mostly my team has been focusing on foundation models, generative models for 2D and 3D vision. But here in this, I presented some of my works on like 3D animal reconstruction from in the wild images.
Sylvia? Or here, maybe we can do. Yeah, I don't know that you have to move it. It's probably loud enough. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Silvia Zuffi. I'm a research scientist at the National Research Council in Italy, and I do mostly very expensive animal models, 3D models, about 3D.
And Alex?
Hi, I'm Alexander Mathis. I'm an assistant professor at EPFL, and I'm a computational neuroscientist trying to understand how motor control works. And I'm also interested in quantifying animal behavior for understanding animals and for understanding the brain.
Okay, so first question. So a lot of us here in this room, and definitely all of you, work somewhere in some of these like interdisciplinary spaces, where some of the research might feel like more core computer vision research. Some research might even feel more like neuroscience research or more like ecology research, or anywhere along that boundary. I'm curious, for this audience, it's a computer vision audience, what do you think are the most crucial open computer vision research questions that are bottlenecks for research in this interdisciplinary CV4Animals space? Anyone?
I'll start with one. I'm noticing that it's a really big challenge to deal with long video. So like in the work I was showing today, then I was proud of being able to track something for 1 minute. But if you want to track penguins, you have to track them on the scale of days and months. And we're just totally unprepared for doing that at the core computer vision level.
Anyone else?
on 3D reconstruction side of things, I think we are just scratching the surface now, so we are just mostly focusing on easy for the animals and stuff. But the animals are quite diverse, right? There are like a lot of flies and a lot of with very intricate thin structures, and actually doing 3D reconstruction of those is quite challenging. And hopefully some people will solve those problems.
Yeah, right, like something that has no skeleton, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Once you go underwater, all bets are off.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that like we look at 3D, we really have really basic tools and to connect to computer stuff. I think we need to reconstruct the whole 3D scene such that if we have interactive animals in a natural environment, we know like an animal is facing another one. If there is a tree in the middle, they're not really interacting or interacting with the environments and other individuals.
So if we took that to its extreme, though, they might actually be interacting, but just via something that isn't visual, like sound or smell.
Yeah,
So, really to get the entire picture, we maybe also need more information.
Yeah, you said computer vision.
Yeah.
Computational.
I'm pretty sure Katie Bowman's been doing stuff about like detecting sounds from subtle vibrations, but I don't think that that's possible in the wild.
Computer vision tools.
Yeah.
I of course, I really think multimodality is.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I think that's one of the things that we suck at right now. It's just like actually really sharing information across modalities and not sort of just, I don't know, sticking them together and sending them through some deep learning model.
Yeah, I would agree with everyone that I think some perception problems we've made a lot of progress, like putting bounding boxes on things or 2D key points if it's not too crowded, I think it's kind of done. If it gets very crowded, if you want to do long-term tracking, if you want to do 3D, that's very hard. And another perception problem where we're really not that far is like action recognition, I would say. That's a real problem. And then I think there's a lot of problems with understanding scenes or animals, like translating into more, what we see into more fuzzy, perhaps, concepts, like what is the emotional state of an animal, and so on. These are real hard ones. And I do have to add, I guess, multimodality in the sense of, imagine you want to go from video to muscles, or like what is moving, inferring the states. I think that's a very cool perception problem as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool.
Forces.
So maybe sort of along those lines of kind of these open research directions, do any of you have like a project you're working on, it's kind of like newer project that you're really excited about that you'd want to discuss or share? Or not. Yeah, go ahead.
Together with Hedvig and other doctors, we are looking into really nailing computer vision for horses. That's the reason for investing so much money in scanning real animals. And I think we want really to go up to the real applications where we want to apply these techniques to solve real problems for these very delicate and expensive animals. And also by really creating models that are very, very realistic, such that the quantities that we estimate really transfer to dimensions, physical dimensions of the animals. I think that's what I'm very excited about.
Cool. Anyone else?
I mean, I guess I was mostly presenting the bleeding edge from the lab, so.
So there you go,
Sorry.
it's already been presented.
Yeah, for me, we are mostly working on some foundation models for 4D generation as well, not just 3D, and hopefully soon we can also adapt that for animal motions.
Cool.
For me, I'll say, so one problem that I'm excited to eventually get to, but we have no traction on it yet really, is moving away from dealing with images directly. So like when we have long video, then there's a pretty good representation available called an MP4. And it would be great to get our computer vision systems to work more closely with those compressed representations rather than always unfold the MP4 into thousands of frames and then develop features for the frames. So it just feels like there's something wrong with the basic techniques there. I'm excited to, or I would be glad if we could resolve this.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And unfolding all of those images, like if you want to do anything on the edge, for example, all of a sudden, like everything's just so clunky. Oh, so awesome. So actually kind of maybe along the lines of what you brought up, Varun, this idea of foundation models. I mean, of course, like we're in this sort of complicated time as computer vision researchers where we're starting to really see scale and really just tons of money, if we're being honest, solve a lot of problems. Or solve them to someone's definition of solve. And so I'm curious in this space, how each of you are or are not engaging with these models and maybe some of these dimensions of with collaborators that are not necessarily scientists, like how do you kind of connect the dots or decide not to connect the dots between like proprietary models and like ecological applications in my context, or neuroscience applications. How are you guys engaging with foundation models, and how do you see them impacting CV4Animals research?
I believe these new generative models are really quite foundational in nature, and they're able to extrapolate a lot of knowledge into some unseen. They're able to generalize to some unseen things as well. So I think they're quite central. I agree they're quite expensive to train and stuff, but hopefully there are enough open source models out there to do research and stuff. So at least in my team, I'm pushing a lot. At Stability AI, we're pushing a lot to open source as much as possible.
Yeah, of course. But then I guess, do you think that really, in what ways do you see that changing the paradigm of research on specific application domains?
In general, yeah, they act as a general word priors now, I think. So we need to use those to actually, we cannot just turn blind eye on them. So we need to use them and act as a priors, and how can we principally incorporate them into solving these real world problems is a real next step.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that they almost play a bigger role for animal research than for human research, let's say, because typically we have less data, so the better model you can base whatever you're doing on, the better you're off. So I think there will be a lot of integration with things like CLIP and GPT and you name it. And we have seen this also today in many talks and many of the posters. I think,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think they're very important to go into like directions of creating multi-species models, and creating designs, like models that can be transferred to other species. With an existing model, we would have some basic tools that can be shared by different architectures that build on those features. And so I think we can move on faster into more efficient and intelligent systems.
Not turning the representation from scratch every time, I guess.
Yeah, one thing I would like to add is that like one of the nice things we find in these models is that like initially we thought these models are so big there is actually no way we can adapt them with some small data sets, but it's surprising that like with our Dream Booth work and our recent works, we show that like we can actually adapt these models with surprisingly small amount of data sets. Maybe if you have even 2-3 images of a particular animal species, we can adapt these models for those things. They're so much more.
Yeah, well, so I mean, I've been playing around with trying to use things like Dream Booth to generate data for rare species, because it seems like a well-posed problem, right? You only have a few examples, but it turns out that these models still really struggle to be morphologically accurate for species that are outside of the prior. So they're really great for dogs, but there's a reason that all the demos are dogs, right? But a lot of the things that matter to this community are not well established in the prior. or at least parts of this community.
So there is a definitely need for a large pre-training data sets. So we need to actually further fine-tune these models using these large pre-trained data sets, and from that, yeah, I think there's a definitely need for that. And once we pre-train that, we incorporate a bigger prior of these animals into these, I think they can better adapt.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so maybe that's a bit of a call to action to our community, is think about, what are the data sets we need to build to enable these models to work better for us.
Yeah, and today I think we've seen a bunch of different foundation-ish models for quadrupeds, let's say, both 3D, 2D. But yeah, where are the insect models and the ant models? And
Jellyfish models.
Jellyfish, that's...
But we can do, these models like Dream Booth, you can fine tune to do jellyfish pretty well, as long as you don't care that it's morphologically accurate, right? Like, it's okay, it gets the concept of jellyfish. And it's interesting. It's interesting sort of trying to pick apart like what you actually need. And if you really need fine-grained classification, I think they're not ready yet. But if you just want to kind of do supplementary training for coarse-grained categories that are visually distinct where you don't need morphological accuracy, then it actually, I think, is ready for that.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, most of these models may not be physically correct, right? They don't actually model actual physics and stuff. So adding actual physics and making them more morphologically or physically correct is an interesting direction.
Yeah, for sure. Any other thoughts on foundation models? Do you have any thoughts on foundation models?
Present a counter opinion. So I'm always wary of using other people's weights, and if I don't know the details, like if there's anything opaque in the training setup, I get uncomfortable, and then I don't know exactly what clip was trained on. I don't know where it's contaminated, and I also am skeptical of where it should generalize, or what I can even know for sure about the model. So I'm more thinking that we should be creating our own foundation models, and maybe also the generalization from general internet imagery to these applications that we're thinking about here is actually limited, and you could do much better if you just spend your time and your effort and your GPUs on making your own.
Yeah. One of the things, when you talk about the right starting point and that training from a little bit of data, and the difference between the domains, one thing that we've consistently found across projects is that, yes, starting from a pre-trained model does help when you're in the really low training data regime, so you'll get big improvements. But often those big improvements are relatively big, but they're still not getting you to the accuracy you actually need to deploy a model. And then the sort of relative gain as you add more training data just really diminishes. So as soon as you start getting to good enough performance, there's no difference between ImageNet pre-training and pre-training from some bigger model. And so what ends up really mattering is your domain-specific training data, no matter what. And maybe there's some weird sweet spot in the middle if you don't need the model to be very accurate, where you could have a little bit less training data, but the cost of working with things that you have less control over, or you might have more uncertainty over, or you don't know if you can trust your results because maybe some of the data was in the training data or something. Maybe it's not worth it if you're talking about 2% accuracy. Yeah, so interesting counterpoint. Thank you for making my panel more dramatic. Any follow-ups from the crowd?
Yeah, I think it depends on the task. Right. Because I think these models, I know a lot about the world. That people are investigating in this model, know about sizes, about distances, about 3D gradient depths. And I think cannot imagine training my own model and getting similar understanding of genetic images. Then we can add animals on those, but some basic understanding of the scene and if you do, for example, in my case, 3D reconstruction, something I would like to have.
Yeah, and maybe it's more of thinking about how these modular systems fit together, right? And what we can or can't trust foundation models to do well, and how do we what are the right evaluation systems for us to probe and get some transparency about biases in the model?
Yeah, one of the key aspects is that it is important to have these models open source so that we can actually get a deeper understanding of these things and stuff.
When you say models open source, do you mean models or do you mean models and training data?
Model and at least models and model weights.
But I think, is it truly transparent if the training data is not open source?
At least better than having just APIs and stuff, right? Like,
yeah.
Sure.
Relatively, yes, I agree.
For example, much of the language community is just prompting ChatGPT and
yeah.
don't have any access to the code models and stuff. And one of the main worrying things is also finances of these things, right? Actually, to train these foundation models, it costs $5 to $10 million stuff, and it's not feasible in an average lab.
No.
Kind of thing. And big companies are not ready to open source these things, and that's one of the worrying things, and probably we should all be thinking on how we can fix.
Right.
Yeah, and even if you have models, model weights, and training data open sourced, often like you also need training code. Like internally to this, there's a lot of really weird, complicated stuff going on where they're like training things in very complicated ways that are sometimes not even reproducible in-house at a big company. So yeah, it seems like actually to get towards like true scientific reproducibility, we're just so far from that with a lot of this stuff. Alex?
I would say for the sweet spot for transfer learning is maybe, it really depends, as Sylvia was saying, on the downstream task. Now, if you do fine-grained aspects where you want really precise predictions, then the balance can be very different. And I think one thing, though, that we should also not forget, let's say ImageNet is tiny images, especially for animals. In many applications, we have really actually quite high-resolution images of animals, and we're really interested in all kind of minutiae details about their fur or their poses. So there it may really also make sense to, like seconding what Adam was saying, like to make specialized large models.
Yeah.
That can address those challenges.
That are specifically high resolution. No, I agree, because particularly with the fine-grained, I mean, image input size is like one of the sort of strongest factors in performance.
Right. And then we should still share the weights because, of course, we have a planet and we don't want to burn too much CO2.
We don't all need to spend $10 million.
Over and over again.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so this room is like bursting at the seams a little bit. It's also a small room, but in the very first edition of this workshop in 2021, Michael Black said something along the lines of, this community, this CV4Animals community is small. Enjoy it as long as it is small. How are you guys feeling about sort of the growth in this community, and like what are the positives and what are maybe, are there any negatives to sort of more interest?
I think we're still on this.
It's still small, right?
I don't think this is anything negative yet, for sure.
Yeah.
I have not from my perspective.
It's curious that Michael said that.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe he's in one of the biggest community now, right? I think and he's trying to make it even bigger. But no, I think we are still a small community compared, like we think of how many animals are species and different environments.
What is it like estimated? Oh, there's at least 470,000 species observed in INAT. So I don't think we have a computer vision researcher per species yet. I think one of the things that I've always really appreciated about this community is that it feels really community driven. Like the people in these spaces tend to work together, and it doesn't feel like you have sort of the negative aspects of competition. For a long time, I've had this theory that one of the reasons for that is because there's very little money. And I think often, like when there's a lot more money on the table, that's where people start to get, more aggressively competitive. But there is increasingly, at least in the biodiversity space, there's increasingly interest from big banks, what have you, to think about biodiversity markets like carbon markets. And I think one of the biggest concerns I have there is actually it does build a space that invites people to come in who maybe don't have a lot of context and are maybe over-promising and then under-delivering, or, promising like, oh yeah, we have some model that will predict biodiversity from satellite imagery and it's totally correct and we believe in it. So I guess like as some of the limited set of experts on using computer vision for animal research, like do we have a role to play there? Like what do we do in this instance?
I've never been approached by somebody asking me if I wanted a lot of money.
No one's offered me any money. They just want me to provide free advice. So.
I mean, you're the most ecology close.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, there is more money in like in neuroscience, for example.
Right. Neuroscience has actually quite a good amount of money.
Yes.
But it's academic money, so in that sense, I think most of it in research is academic money, and the one you get from industry usually has relatively little strings, and so I think there I'm not very worried about how money corrupts research. Yeah. But I can totally see that for ecological questions, this can be a huge problem, where obviously it influences government heavily.
And like, if people have to do biodiversity impact assessments for their mine oil drilling platform, there's reasons that they might want models that say one thing.
Yeah, and I mean, the European Union, excitingly yesterday, decided to go for this renaturation law, which I'm super, super happy about. But I guess it comes with a mandate to monitor biodiversity now over the next, 50 years. I don't think it has been figured out how that will actually happen.
No.
So we should focus on this as a community.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really important.
I think there's a huge opportunity here because we do not have the manpower or the expertise to monitor at the scales that now policy is asking for. But of course, then the danger is we all know our models are wrong a lot. So like, how do you use a model that's imperfect when you're making policy decisions? And I think that that's a question that we should be thinking about, like uncertainty estimation.
Right.
Yeah.
And in particular, uncertainty estimation on downstream decisions, not necessarily, not just
not just
estimation
on prediction.
On how well you can say if that's this butterfly or that butterfly.
Yeah.
But rather,
No, that's a really good point.
But in general, money is not necessarily a bad thing, right?
No, it would be great.
Especially now, we need to train these big models, and we need to collect these super big data sets, and we need a lot of money. So as a community, it's not clear whether we want happy, slow progress or progress.
The choice between kumbaya and actually being able to do the work and funding. Maybe we can be the first community to have happy, well-funded progress.
That's an ideal situation.
Yeah. Okay, so switching tacks a little bit. We all work with scientists who are not computer scientists, mostly. And one of the questions that was sort of posed for this panel is, do there exist true interdisciplinary collaborations? Basically, like, what does it actually take? And like, how do you think about what makes something truly interdisciplinary versus like the application of some existing technique to a new set of data, or like, taking data from a community and then sort of doing computer vision research on it kind of separately? Like, what are the things that you guys have found have really truly led to interdisciplinary collaboration? And what does that mean to you? I mean, you maybe are a specific case here, but.
I don't understand. I actually honestly don't know what my discipline is. And I think neuroscience in particular is really interesting because it, by design, is almost the most diverse kind of scientific discipline.
Yeah.
You have everything from philosophers to chemists in it. So I don't know if which to be fair, I really love that. I think it's very exciting. And also I think this audience, I mean, people here are extremely diverse. There are many biologists here, ecologists, computer scientists.
Yeah.
And I think it works super well.
Well, I my case, I learn a lot about like the animals, and I've been collaborating with veterinarians and with biologists, and in a way, I look back at when I started and the first things I did by like this only computer scientists, and today I would do it differently. So sometimes I think in computer vision, we take a problem and we just look at the computer vision part, and we don't really try to really understand deeply the context before starting like typing code. So because the deadline,
Yeah.
you wanna get it paper and something. And on this regard, I think the first when I submitted my first paper to CVPR, there were really very very few papers on animals at the main conference, and I think it's great that the number of animals papers are growing. So I think this is also make the progress faster, because more people, PhD students, they work on this topic, the better.
I mean, sort of famously, the Cub data set was designed and built without a single bird expert by, my PhD advisor and others. But they sort of, now they're like, I really wish people would stop using that data set, because one, we were scraped it from Flickr. A lot of the labels are just wrong. And two, like the way that they chose the categories, it was just like, it wasn't kind of motivated or sort of rooted well in the ornithology. And they later built the NA birds data set, which is a much larger data set that it was built together with the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And they would tell you like that data set is the like far superior one. And it happened because we actually worked with the experts in the domain. But of course, everyone still uses Cub, so.
Yeah, I guess one point though is it's really important to be aware of the limitations of what you're doing and where you really want to be innovating in what field.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, for sure. What about you? Do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah. So far, I have mostly worked in computer vision teams. I did not have much privilege to work with any animal experts and stuff, but I definitely felt the lack of that expert knowledge. I mean, when we are thinking about like how to model the skeletons, are there any more actual principled approaches to model the skeletons when we are doing 3D reconstructions and stuff? I definitely feel having some more interdisciplinary groups would be is very beneficial.
Yeah, and I think this came up earlier today in the CV4Science workshop. Someone was giving a talk and they were bringing up like the lack of principled benchmarking in our community to like existing well sort of founded expert approaches. So, they're like, look, okay, like it's nice that you threw a deep learning model at that, but like you didn't compare it to any of the things that we spent the last 50 years building. And often, sometimes even really simple things like a linear model will perform just about as well as a deep learning model. And so from the scientific domain, I think they had some frustration about just like people coming in, not engaging with the existing science and just being like, put a transformer on it, and like writing a paper. So I think that, and I agree with that. I think that that's definitely a limitation in our field, that we don't have the expertise in statistics, some of us. I definitely don't feel like the world's best statistician most of the time. And like really actually engaging and comparing our models and understanding the differences in terms of what these models are learning versus like these more sort of grounded, principled approaches, I think is something we should do better at. But any thoughts?
I thought on the interdisciplinary question, like what makes a good interdisciplinary collaboration? And so the way I'm thinking about it is that maybe no one has the time to become an expert in everything.
Yeah.
It's fun to learn, some good details about some field you're unfamiliar with. You can feel like you're learning, but really to become an expert, you have to go deep and you have to go narrow. And then what that means also is that to to successfully collaborate, it requires you and your collaborator to be good communicators. And then at that point, like the Venn diagram between what you know and what they know can be just like the overlap between you can be just the tiniest sliver, but it's that sliver that lets you actually work together and solve some bigger goal together.
Yeah, so relying on others' expertise and finding the middle ground. And I think, for me at least, it's been like learning just enough ecology that I understand the terms so that when we do work together, we're not talking past each other. And I'm constantly trying to learn ecology, and I am still a very bad ecologist, and it's been like 13 years. So.
But also, you don't have to feel bad about it. Like I can't call
That's
myself
good.
inadequate, just because I don't know what X, Y, Z is. There's infinite stuff I don't know.
Well, that's nice. That's very reassuring. Okay, so I guess along those lines, maybe one last question for all of you before we wrap up. What advice do you have for people just entering this space, whether they're new PhD students or maybe experts who are interested in moving more into research that might be a bit more interdisciplinary or focused on something that's a bit less widely studied in this field, like animals?
Come to the workshop.
Sure. Okay. So if they're here already, then that's not such useful advice. So you're doing great.
Is there a bird walk?
There is a bird walk. Yeah, come to the bird walk. It's at 7 a.m. on Thursday. But we're going to go with some ecologists from UW, and they're going to teach us about birds in the UW Arboretum. You should come.
Talk to people.
Yeah. How do you find who to talk to?
How do you find? Well,
Yeah.
come to the workshop.
Okay.
And then talk to really others and try to find out what people are up to and what kind of questions they're asking. And
Yeah.
I think one interesting tension at CVPR is often, or in many other places too, is this tension between engineering and science, where in CVPR, one fraction is really, okay, there's some benchmark, let me make some algorithms to beat the benchmark. In science, we don't have this luxury that there's a clear benchmark where like, oh, if I beat this number, I understand something. So this engineering mindset is very useful, of course, but it's a very different way to think about the world, perhaps, than scientific mindset. And I think talking to others that are in this other camp, if you want, I think that's really useful. And maybe you figure out where you want your project to be on that spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the CV4Animals is such an interdisciplinary area. I think we should all be open to other areas. I think we should not be just close to like, oh, these foundation models, they're just engineering or something like that. Of course, there are actually pros and cons in every area of research, and we should just be open to all these areas of this consuming information from these nearby areas and stuff. I feel one of the core aspects of doing good research is asking right research questions. So when we are open to these other areas, and we can actually come up with very good research questions.
Yeah, and formulate new types of questions, right? Instead of sort of being in a big group of people all working on sort of the same thing. Yeah. Diversity is good. All right.
One more thing I can add is that it can be scary, especially for a junior person, to just walk up to somebody and ask them what the research is about. But what you can do, which is much easier, is if you find a paper that you like, then email the authors and just say what you liked about it. And that can open a conversation and maybe even a collaboration in the future.
And if nothing else, we so often hear critiques of our research. Some of my favorite emails that I save in my on a bad day, read these emails folder, are people who've reached out and said nice things about my work. Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you all. I think it's time to kind of finish, and so I'll hand it back over. Oh yeah, I guess maybe are there any open questions?
1 or 2 questions open to the floor.
Sorry, not very well prepared for this.
So I'm from the ecology and biology space. I think one of the biggest things that I struggle with is actually keep up with all of the different AI models, and also 8 gigs of RAM and like. So how do I figure out like which model that I should choose given very limited resources?
Right. I mean, in research, there's always exploitation and exploration dilemma. No, that's a big fundamental problem. And so I think in the situation you're describing, you really want to understand what is possible right now. And then you can best understand by talking to the expert that make models rather than trying out everything yourself, which will take a long time. Yeah, and then once you have a good sense of what is possible based on opinions, don't always trust them, but it's good to have them. Then you can maybe position your question at the cutting edge of what is just possible with models, because then of course you can get the most insight ecologically speaking with the newest technology. That would be my advice.
I think one of the things that's quite challenging is often these papers sound really good, and then you try them on your data and they don't help at all. They're sometimes even harmful. So, and then you spent your limited resources, and then it's like, well, did I do it wrong? Is the model just not good?
Yeah, one other aspect there, I guess, that comes to mind is, of course, I mean, often papers are just from a competition where you win the benchmark. So they might not be too broadly applicable, and maybe the code base is, and maybe the authors moved on because they work on the next ECCV paper or something. So you will not hear anything if you ask them, if you open issues on GitHub. So I think another thing to consider, especially if you come from science, is kind of finding tools where there is a user base, where there are forums, where there's a community that is interested in helping. And maybe where the software engineering is good. And I think there, one helpful thing, okay, if you find a paper that is exciting, check out if there's a GitHub. If there's one, that's good. If there's not, maybe don't try to re-implement it. And if there is one, and no issue has been answered in the last half a year, I would also not use it.
Yeah, but in general, having the requirement for bigger and bigger GPUs is a real issue. I think like it's really quite expensive. I don't know, H100 costs more than $20,000. Nothing and stuff.
A lot more than $20,000 as someone who's been buying GPUs. I know.
But in
where are you
getting
getting
promising results and stuff like yeah, you should ask your advisor or manager for more money on GPUs.
That's how it works.
Yeah, but the reassuring thing there is sometimes that really fancy model that outperforms all the other models, it might only be 4% better than a ResNet.
Yeah.
And it turns out that often the data matters more than the architecture, in a lot of the problems I work on anyway. And so there, it's just like, no, spend your time on your data. You're going to get more bang for your buck there than even let other people fight it out over what model is the latest and greatest. And in a year or two, the proof's in the pudding. People will use the stuff that works and consistently works, and then try it when it's a little bit low, like de-risked, I guess, by graduate student gradient descent. Maybe one more question from the audience? Yeah.
So I didn't see much work on insects, so I wanted to ask if anyone is working on insects,
Well,
yeah, I had a paper earlier this year studying the wing movement of psyllids, which are a type of flea. And those are important for agriculture, like to understand their behavior. So you could check that out. And really, my contribution was just on the tracking side to like be able to track the wingtip of the insect.
Right. And I guess all the things I presented, they work on insects as a matter of fact.
Yeah. There is actually like a pretty growing insect-focused community on the AI for Conservation Slack channel. There's a bunch of people across Europe who have these different very large-scale insect monitoring programs where they're looking at different types, everything from the hardware to the AI. But how do we actually think about scaling up insect monitoring? Because we know that insects are one of the taxonomic groups that are basically plummeting the most. So there's a really growing community, and join the AI for Conservation Slack, find the insect channel on there, and then they host workshops at computer vision conferences, but I know they're also hosting one at the Ecological Society of America this year focused on AI for insects. So yeah, there's people out there, even if it's not us. Sometimes my models have insects in them, but not that I think about too much, just more like an INAT model that then there are insects in there, but I would not call myself an insect expert. Yeah. Let me know if you need help connecting with people. Cool. Are we good? Okay. So I did want to say, while you're all here, before we come over, that the AI for Conservation community is doing a meetup at 6:30 this evening. So if any of you want to go, we're going to be at the Chuck's Hop Shop in the Central District. And it'll be very chill, but you're welcome to join.
Very good. That's the address.
Okay, so I got a lot of amazing input today and I got inspired a lot. I hope you did too, because you matter, you make up the community. You keep going all the research on computer vision for animals. And that's why I hope you got inspired too. And I hope to see you next year at the 5th edition of this workshop. And if you're interested to help organizing it, please reach out to us. Thank you.
I would like to thank the organizers. You guys this year, they have made an amazing job assisting all the authors and organizing this really interesting program today. And so it's a technical issue, so thank you very much.
Great. Yes. That concludes the workshop, and thank you for coming.